Good afternoon, everybody, on what is today? Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday, 1 o'clock. I wanted to start early because we got a busy day ahead of us. Those of you guys that have been around here know I do interviews and I talk to different people about different things. So today's one of those days where we got a whole lot of stuff to go on. I'm actually texting with people and making sure that they know what's going on. But before that, I want to get to you with a little bit of breaking news. And also, before I do that, I want to say thank you for everybody that tuned in last night on movie night and watched Sum of All Fears. You hung out for 2 hours. We got done about 10:30, 10:45. People love the movie. You guys seem to be liking movie night, so we'll continue with that. And I'll figure out a way for you guys to provide some suggestions as to what you want to hear. But we got a couple of breaking news items for you.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, so this one's a pretty big one here. What do we have? We've got, thank you, SV, Senator John Cornyn from Texas has requested that FBI Director Kash Patel get involved with tracking down and arresting the Democrats who fled the state to block a vote on redistricting. They're Texas fugitives who need to be brought to justice. That's massive. They're calling in the reinforcements. In addition to the Texas Rangers, now they're going to tap the FBI to go after these hooligans, which is going to cause a lot of crazy stuff, which we'll cover tonight because there's so much going on with these nuts as well. These nuts. Did I just say that? Yeah, I said these nuts. But just wanted to bring you up to speed on that one. And then this one. It might need its own breaking news insert.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
This one is the biggie. This is the big kahuna. You ready? As you know, yesterday, Pam Bondi went ahead and, submitted evidence to the grand jury seeking indictments because of the Russia hoax. Well, now, to follow suit, the subpoenas just went out for several politicians, compelling them to testify in front of Congress, including both Clintons, not just Hillary, but Bill too. Merrick Garland, James Comey, and more. If they don't show up, lock them up. That's what they did to Steve Bannon. Here they are. Hillary Clinton, October 9th. Bill Clinton, October 14th. Merrick Garland, October 2nd. James Comey, October 7th. Bill Barr, in a couple weeks, August 18th. Attorney General Alberto Gonzalez, August 26th. That's interesting. Jeff Sessions. Ooh, that's really interesting. August 28th. Robert Mueller, get your popcorn and your drool cups. I doubt he's going to be able to do anything. I think he's worse than Biden. And I love this one. Loretta Lynch on September 9th. And then the wingman, September 30th. At this point, you guys can right now start to, find out if, I don't know if they're going to have betting odds on who shows up and who doesn't. I'm saying 90% of them are like, I ain't going. I'm not even showing up. Which is going to tell you a lot. Remember, Steve Bannon got put in jail for that. He didn't show up. They called it contempt of court, and they threw his butt in jail. So, it's going to be very, very interesting to see, indeed, how this all plays out. So for all the nothing's going to happen, people, it's happening. I can't make you see what you won't see. Oh, nothing's going to happen. I told you this was going to happen, but I told you nobody can guarantee a conviction. But now we're seeing the process play out, which is more than you've seen in 9 years. There's no satisfying some people. I don't want to hear it. And then you get the people, I don't believe it. I ain't asking you to believe it. It's a fact. It's a fact that Pam Bondi referred people to a grand jury. It's a fact that the House has now subpoenaed all these people. Those are facts. They're indisputable. There's nothing you can say about the facts. You can have an opinion, You could have a belief that nothing is going to happen, but it's actually happening, so you kind of look silly when you say nothing's going to happen. This is why the Democrats are breaking apart. Completely breaking apart. In tonight's show, I'm going to show you more of the stuff that's been going on in the media and all the things that they're trying to do to now deflect. It's pretty funny. We'll have some real fun tonight. But today, here's what we got on tap. We got a Trump CNBC interview. Not sure if you had a chance to see that this morning, but it's very interesting. We're going to react to it. And as we talk about it, you're going to hear even CNBC trying to twist his words, trying to trap Trump. At some point, these people have to realize he's too good. He's too good at handling the media. And then we're going to have a nice time talking about how Elizabeth Warren and some of these Democrats absolutely love their commies. That's their strategy at this point. We love commies. Okay, see how that works out for you. Then I've got Representative Rulli here from Ohio. We're going to do an interview. And then following that, we're going to do an interview with Mary Rook from the Daily Caller. So all of that and more will be coming up today. So we got a long day here. A very long day. So I want you guys to stick around. But first, let's go ahead and talk to you about one of our sponsors today, which is CB Distillery. CB Distillery's VIP sale is on for a few days only. You can save up to 50% on everything with the code RUMBLE. If better sleep, less stress, and pain relief after exercise sounds good to you, you need to hear about CBD from CB Distillery. And don't be afraid of it. You're not going to get high. You're not going to put on some cream or take a sublingual and get high. That's not how it works. They have a plant-based solution for just about everything. Sleep, stress, mood, and focus, even pain after exercise. I underscore that because now, as I'm doing more exercise, I'm feeling the pain. But no pain, no gain. So all the stuff with CBD is made with high-quality, clean ingredients. They even have CBD for pets. Might have to put the little Mexican on some CBD, as he's been ailing. Little guy sometimes gets his aches and pains. He's getting older. Many of you are already feeling the difference by using CBD, and right now you can also join us and me by doing the same. And the ones that really work, which I like, are the sleep products. That's one of my favorites. It really helps you get in deep. I have a big screen TV where I sleep, and I often try to check up on some news that I've recorded. Let me hit Hannity, let me hit Laura, let me hit Jesse. Oh, let me hit Gutfeld. By the time I hit Gutfeld, bam, I'm done. I am completely done. But the other one's kind of boring too, so they can put you to sleep. If you're still tossing and turning at night or struggling with any other health concern, make the change to CB Distillery. And now's your chance to save with the code RUMBLE, but this deal won't be around for long. So don't wait. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code RUMBLE to save up to 50% on everything. That's cbdistillery.com and actually enter the code RUMBLE and you can, get 50% off. But either way, unfortunately, this is not available in Idaho, Iowa, and South Dakota. And I don't know why. But anyway. All right, so I'm going to jump into this interview with President Trump this morning, and we're going to react to it. What the hell is react, Barry? What does that mean? That pretty much is what I always do. I'll play the clips, and when I see something of interest that I have an opinion on, I will jump in and we can talk to it. And while it's playing, I'll let the comments run on the screen so I can see what you guys are talking about as well. All right, so let's go to President Trump's interview on CNBC this morning.
Have you talked with the president about his position on the stock trading ban bill?
And obviously, that's not it. So one second. That was me messing up completely. Hold on, one second, and it's coming. Just give me a second. I hit the wrong button. Sometimes that happens. Here we go.
And now to the guests that we've been talking about all morning. President Donald Trump Mr. President, welcome. Thanks for calling in. Wish you could be here in person, but we'll do this.
Good morning, Joe.
We've been talking about the BLS and the employment numbers all morning long. Sometimes I know you get a chance to tune in. I want to bring up a chart. I hope you can see it, or else I'll describe it to you. This is the response rate over the last 10, 12 years for the BLS, the household survey. It's dropped from 90% or so on time down to 60 and sometimes even lower. It's arguably the most important number we get about the economy. Yesterday, we had Wharton Professor Jeremy Siegel on. Just bear with me, Mr. President, and listen to this. I know you're familiar with Wharton, but unsolicited, this is what Jeremy Siegel said yesterday about the numbers.
I'm not going to let the BLS off the hook. I mean, you talk about how to fix it. Make these questionnaires mandatory and give them a time limit to fill it out. I think the response rate's down to 60%. I mean, that's unacceptable for the most important statistic that we have. It's almost like we're sending them out, fill it out when you can. We know you like to go to the beach in the summer, so it might be a little bit late. This is just not acceptable today. We need that response rate has to go up. And when you make the biggest mistake in 50 years, why? Why wasn't there an explanation?
It's 258,000 less in 2 months. That was the biggest revision since 1968, Mr. President. So we're in the internet age. We still can't get any instant data. We're still using snail mail to get the responses back. It is the government, after all. Antiquated, no doubt, and certainly suboptimal, but rigged? Where do you get the notion that it's rigged, or do you have any evidence there?
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything, all right? Won all the counties. It's, I think, 87% of the counties were Republican up. That's never happened before. And yet I had to go through hell. And just days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire. It was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. You remember that? And I said, what would have happened? What would have happened if I lost? Think of it. I would have said... They gave phony numbers, and then they revised them a week and a half later.
Those were benchmark numbers, though, Mr. President. That happens. They do that. They do that twice a year, and it reconciles the monthly figures with, the overall numbers. And it was a big number, and obviously...
But, the numbers were rigged. The numbers were rigged. Biden wasn't doing well. He was doing poorly. They announced these phenomenal numbers 2 days before the election. And a little bit before that, always these great numbers, and you knew it wasn't doing well. You knew prices were through the roof and inflation was terrible. The whole thing was bad. But think of it. Then they did the biggest revision, I think, in history of almost 900,000 jobs. And it turned out to be more than that because later on they did another revision. And so they gave phony numbers in order to win the election. After I won the election, I said too big to rig. But after I won the election, then they announced a downward number, in other words, to bring them back to reality. And I said, wow, supposing I would have lost, I would have blamed that, and people would have said I was a conspiracy theorist. It's crazy.
Elaine Chao was on yesterday, and I know she was, I think she was Labor Secretary for 8 years under Bush II, and she was your Transportation Secretary as well. And she said, the commissioner doesn't really even get involved with the actual minutia of putting all these things together. And there's no way that it could have been, that she could have chosen to rig these numbers to make them look bad. And these are statistical changes based on this antiquated system, and it's just a big leap to go to rigged. And then it also, Mr. President, it makes anyone you pick is going to be, critics are going to say, hey, he's picking a guy that's going to give him or a gal that's giving him the numbers that he wants. So it undermines confidence in the system to some extent. You had, according to many...
Before he goes further with this answer, And he's basically trying to say to Trump that Elaine Chao says, it's not possible. And he tells you, what she used to do. She used to be in his administration, but he forgets to tell you who she actually is. See, there's a reason why they use certain people to try and attack President Trump, because she was in your administration, so she must be relevant. You must trust her, right? No, that was my first administration when I was surrounded by snakes, and he should have came out. You mean Mitch McConnell's wife? And right there, I would have said to him, you mean Mitch McConnell's wife? That's who you're talking to? The woman who basically led Mitch around and changed his diapers and told him not to vote in certain instances, and the entire corruption around the McConnell enterprise, that's who you're talking about? Because the only way he's going to get that information out is if he says it himself. This guy's not going to say to anybody watching, oh, that's Mitch McConnell's wife. we shouldn't take too much credence in that, right? Nope, doesn't say that.
People, all the rights in the world to try to replace a commissioner when it's hasn't gotten any better. But that is maybe a bridge too far, according to most people.
Well, I think when somebody says the commissioner is not involved, I don't want to get into any arguments with anybody. Why should I? She's a very nice woman.
Exactly.
But when they say that that nobody was involved, that it wasn't political, give me a break. Look, before the election, I had this massive outflow of beauty for Biden. I mean, he didn't know he was alive, and for Biden, the economy was roaring. It was a beautiful thing, and I said, "There's no way this is happening. It's going the opposite direction." And 2 weeks later, they said I was right. But even if you look at the original, the ones from the other day, the numbers were very timid. And then they announced something that made them even more timid on top of it. On sort of a reporting day, I don't know why, it just seemed a little bit more important than most times when they announced these numbers.
We talked earlier that the unemployment rate is still low. It's 4.2%.
It's fine. I'm not saying earth-shattering. I will say this. The numbers before the election were earth-shattering. I'm not saying these were earth-shattering, but then they announced a couple of 100,000 to make it look a little bit worse from, months before. I said, where did those numbers come from? So
for as much as you want,
it's a highly political situation. It's totally rigged. Smart people know it. People with common sense know it. And a lot of people to keep their head under the covers. And
let's move on to this. Which number do you believe at this point? Because if you noticed, suddenly the chances of what you've wanted for months and argued for months, the chances of a rate cut soared because of these numbers. Do you not believe the current numbers because they're playing right into what you want the Fed and Jay Powell to do? They're not horrible, as you said, but perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want based on these numbers. Which ones do you believe? Do you not believe the...
Okay, so just to give you an idea of what he's saying, Jerome Powell said, he would raise interest rates or lower interest rates based on this or that, which was contrary to what President Trump was saying. President Trump said everything's good. Let's lower the rates so we can take off on this rocket ship. So this guy in CNBC is now trying to say, hey, the numbers didn't look so good, which fuels why he should lower the rates to help stimulate the economy. And President Trump's like, the economy's already stimulated, idiot. What we're looking to do is to get the gravy. We want more. All of us want more. We want this rocket ship to take off. And these people in CNBC, man, I don't understand sometimes how Trump takes these interviews because they're trying to basically tamp him down any chance they get. And this guy talking is one of the people on the set who actually likes President Trump.
The revised numbers either?
It's not what I want. I don't want that. I wanted it a year ago. I wanted it a long time ago. Jay Powell is highly political. And I think, I call him too late. Jerome, too late. Powell, he's too late. He's too late always. He always has been, except when it came to lowering interest rates before the election, that he That he did. He worked that out.
Who would you replace him with? I know you watch the show occasionally, and we had an extended interview with one of the prospective replacements, Kevin Warsh. Were you watching that day, or?
I was. He's very He's very good. He's very good. Sometimes they're all very good until you put them in there, and then they don't do so good. But a lot of them, I think he's a very good guy. I think I say Kevin and Kevin. Both Kevins are very good. And there are other people that are very good too. But
Kevin's a lot of Karens. I don't know if that's good.
A lot of times they're very good. Like this character that we have in there now, Jerome Too Late Fell. He was very good. He said, "Sir, I'll keep interest rates so low. I'm a low interest rate person, sir." You could hardly hear him talking over the desk.
Is Warsh
somebody that worked for me was a big fan of his. Not a fan of his. He hardly knew him, but he wanted him so badly. I did somebody a favor. I put him in there. No, he's too late. He's too late. That name will stick to him.
Can you handicap it at all? Who you're, or you won't know? When will you know? And when will you announce it?
I think the two Kevins are doing well, and I have two other people that are doing well. Look, it's in the end there are numerous people that are qualified. Everyone on your phone right now, in terms of at your beautiful studio, would be very qualified, in my opinion. You guys are better than most of the people that do it for a living. But I watched a lot, actually. No, I think that it'll be one of four people.
Are the other
I'm going to make
names...
the decision soon. And don't forget, we have somebody that left early, which was a pleasant surprise. We have a woman that left early. She announced 2 days ago that she's leaving, and I'm going to be announcing that very shortly, too. That will be, most likely it'll be for the 4 months, for the short period of time. But a lot of people say that when you do that, why don't you just pick the person who's going to head up the Fed? That's a possibility, too.
President Trump, you said there are four names. There are two other names that have been mentioned in the press. One is Governor Waller. The other is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Are those the four that you're considering?
Well, I love Scott, but he wants to stay where he is. I'll take him off because I asked him just last night, is this something you want? Nope, I want to stay where I am. He actually said, I want to work with you. It's such an honor. I said, that's very nice. I appreciate that. But, no, Scott wants to do what he's doing. He's doing a great job, and he wants to do what he's doing. So I just take him off. He does not want it. He likes being Treasury Secretary. He's doing a really good job. We made the greatest trade deals in the history of our country. We had to because we were being ripped off by the world. It's not like we had a choice. If we would have gotten these trade deals, if you would have had a normal president that would have just continued to allow every country in the world to rip you off, we would not have a country anymore. Your show would be off the air. There'd be nothing to look at. It would be a disaster. We were in such bad shape when I took over. Eggs had tripled in price. More than that. Everything was up, and prices are down, and it bugs me. I looked at CNN the other night, which is a failing deal. It's got no ratings, and I'm probably the only guy watching. And I watched these guys talking about, well, with Trump, prices are up. No, prices are down since I came in. Down. All prices just about, except for the price of stock. The price of stock is way up, okay? But prices are down. And if you look at energy, I'll give you an example. Joe, look at energy.
Some of them, but... Yeah.
Energy is way down. Energy is down to $2.20 a gallon now for a car. It's down to a level. You're down, I guess, around $65 a barrel, but it's going down. There's tremendous energy. And if you notice, OPEC and OPEC Plus, they're drilling more. They want to drill more because I think they want me happy. Because if energy goes down low enough, Putin's going to stop killing people. That'll be nice, even though they're his own people that are dying. Him and Ukraine, but Putin will stop killing people if you get energy down another $10 a barrel. He's going to have no choice because his economy stinks.
All right, so he just said something, another benchmark for you. I keep trying to show you the benchmarks. We know that Jerome Powell is probably going to lower interest rates in September. We know he's going to be gone next May. He just told you his benchmark, he'd like to see oil come down another $10 a barrel. And as you're looking at this right now, you can see oil is right now at $65 a barrel, and the other crude is at $68 a barrel. So he wants those to come down into the 50s, which means, ideally, if the crude is coming down, then your gas at the pump is going to come down even further. And so you can begin looking at that. You can begin following that. You can look at the different models and see where is oil price going to be going. guys on CNBC, they know this. They've got all the charts, they've got all the analysts, they've got all the algorithms. They just don't tell people. They just won't tell people, hey, guess what? Here's where this may be going. And if it hits in the mid-50s, what's going to happen? Well, that's what you need to start educating yourself on. Or not, it's up to you. But President Trump, he's giving you the breadcrumbs. That's why I listen to what he says so much. Go, hey, whoa. So you think oil's going to hit in the mid-50s? Wow.
Mr. President, it's Andrew here. It's great to speak with you. I just wanted to ask you about, you mentioned tariffs, and on Sunday you talked again about this idea of dividends for middle and lower income folks that might come off of the tariffs, meaning the revenue that's coming in from the tariffs. And I wanted you to maybe explain how that might work in practice and how you're thinking about that and the trade-offs between paying down the debt, which I thought was something you had been talking a lot about, versus sending checks out, because obviously that creates its own debt for us.
All right. So this is a big one to me, and I know it's a big one to a lot of you. A lot of people are out there, don't send out money to people. Pay down the debt on the stuff that we overspent on. Use your money to pay the debt down that we should never have. I love how he phrased that, because there's a lot of people, even some on the right, who like, you shouldn't get a dividend check. You don't deserve a dividend check. We need to pay down the debt. Well, why don't we pay down the debt by eliminating some of the debt? That'd be a great way of paying down the debt. Hey, we no longer owe it. And so there's been a talk being bandied about right now where you heard James Fishback, who may be the next guy to run the Federal Reserve, saying, why don't we eliminate Chinese debt? How is it okay that you released that thing that caused all of us to have so much stress and caused some people to expire, and then force all other kind of people to take this thing that they're still trying to recover from, and then you're telling us that China still owns $5-7 trillion of our debt? How about you tell China, go pound sand? We're not paying it. We're going to do a renegotiation here. Why are the people on CNBC not advocating for us to get rid of that debt? Why do they want your money to pay it down? Now all of a sudden the government's becoming more flush, there's a surplus coming, and they're like, we'll take the money that the people deserve and let's pay down the debt. Perhaps you own some of the debt? Perhaps you've invested in some of the companies that may own some of that debt? Is that why you want it paid down? That's not equitable. That's theft. You've already stolen it because you took this money from China and did God knows what with it. And now that there's becoming more prosperous, it's like, can you just pay the debt down? Don't pay the people. Let's hear what Trump says.
We're taking in trillions of dollars, Andrew. If you look at Japan, we're taking in $550 billion. And that's like a signing bonus that a baseball player would get. He would get slightly less no matter how good he is, right? But they give a signing bonus of $1 million or $2 million or $20 million or whatever the hell they give today. It's so out of control. But a signing bonus. So I got a signing bonus from Japan of $550 billion. That's our money. It's our money to invest as we like. European Union, $650 billion. Think of it. And they're going to buy $750 billion worth of our energy. And they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. And, by the way, they're going to open up their countries, which they've never done. Japan has never. If you did business in Japan, they would arrest you. You're not allowed to do any business. And now Japan has totally opened up their country. They're even taking our rice, which is something that nobody said was possible. But more importantly, they're taking our cars. They're taking the very beautiful Ford 150, which does very well, and I'm sure will do very well there. And other things that do very well here will also do well there. You'd be surprised at some of the great things we make. But Japan has opened up. All of these. Indonesia's opened up their country. South Korea has opened up their country. But not only opened up, and that's going to be huge business. When you open up South Korea, it's a closed country. And now all of a sudden we're allowed to sell cars into South Korea and trucks and SUVs. I mean, we're really opening it up. Vietnam is opening up their country. You know, these are all closed countries. But the EU was closed. They wouldn't take our agriculture. I said to, let me just say, a prime minister, a very nice prime minister, a couple of years ago, I said, how many cars are you taking a year? Let me guess, is it one or two? She said, no, we don't take any of your cars. I said, that's right. That's not nice. I said, that's not right. That's not a nice thing, Angela. But they took none of them, and now they take all our cars, all our trucks. Everything is open, 100%. In addition, the EU is going to pay us $650 billion. We're going to round it off, actually, because of certain things, to $600 billion. And think of it. They're going to put up $750 billion. We're a rich country again. Now, these are just deals that I'm announcing. These are the biggest ones because EU is, essentially Europe. We made great deals with all of the countries, and they're being fair about it. One other thing, I mean, for your listeners that perhaps are a little bit less wealthy than some of your listeners, I'm doing something that nobody's ever done before. As you know, for 30 years, Europe has had drug prices that are, in many cases, 1/10 the cost of drugs in here. Same manufacturing plants, same everything. 1/10. I've invoked favored nations. Now, there is no favored nations clause. I've just said there is, okay, because we're not going to pay 10 times more per pill than they pay in Europe. Then that's going to have a tremendous impact on the price of medicine.
Mr. President, what kind of teeth, though, are in those investments? What kind of teeth are in those investments, meaning that would force the EU to make those investments? If they don't make those investments, what happens on the other side?
Well, then they pay tariffs of 35%. No, they brought down their tariffs. So they paid $600 billion, and because of that, I reduced their tariffs from 30% down to 15%. And a couple of countries came, how come EU is paying less than us? And I said, well, because they gave me $600 billion. And that's a gift. That's not like, a loan, by the way. That's not a loan that, 3 years comes up, we have to pay it back. There's nothing to pay back. They gave us $600 billion that we can invest in anything we want.
The deal that you
and nobody knows it, Becky. Nobody knows it because they don't know.
No, we have been trying to figure out the details on that, Mr. President. So
there are no details.
The clarity on that.
The details are $600 billion to invest in anything I want. Anything.
You want the details? Here are the details. I got $650 billion in my bank account that I can spend any way I want. There's your details. Well, we're still trying to figure it out. No, there's no details. Oh, my God. This guy, he owns the media, and they still can't figure it out.
I can do anything I want with it. And the purpose was they've been, ripping us for so many years that it's time that they pay up. And they have to pay up. We couldn't afford to have the deficits. Look, I did something with Switzerland the other day. I spoke to their prime minister. The woman was nice, but she didn't want to listen. And they paid essentially no tariffs. And I said, we have a $41 billion deficit with you, madam. I didn't know her. I said, we have a $41 billion deficit, and you want to pay 1% tariffs. You wanted 1%. I said, you're not going to pay 1%. We lose, because I view deficit as loss. You have some people, by the way, I think
pharmaceuticals are a big issue with Switzerland. I think
well, I'll go into pharmaceuticals. Yeah. They make a fortune with pharmaceuticals, and they make our pharmaceuticals in China and Ireland and everything else. And within the next week or so, we're going to be announcing tariffs on specifically. This is a separate class than the 15% tariffs on sort of everything. These are excluded classes, I call them. I like to call them excluded, like steel, aluminum, etc.
Right, the 232.
We're going to be announcing on
As you're listening to this and watching them, are you realizing right now that President Trump knows more about business and the economy than the people who are anchors on CNBC? He's tying them into knots. They understand. We don't know. We can't go toe to toe with this guy. And he's just, bam, that's in a different class. We're going to be doing this. And they can't say anything. They try to interrupt, but then they just get quiet because there's nothing they can say. Something else popped up today I wanted to show you as he's talking about the deficit. Now, remember what he just said. The question was, why don't we use the money to pay down the debt instead of giving it to people? And this comes out. Let me see if I can make it bigger for you. All right, here we go. U.S. trade deficit plummets 16% in 1 month. Read that again and tell me, in your lifetime, did you ever see anything like that? The U.S. trade deficit plummeted 16% in 1 month. Trump's plan is working. The experts are furious this morning. They have to be furious because they've sold you a bill of goods. It couldn't happen. We can't do this. We can only hope to have this much, and 1%. And Trump's just out there just killing it. And the sourpusses are like upset because they are politically motivated instead of motivated for your best interest. The deficit dropped 16% in 1 month. It's hard for people to even understand. Like, wait a second, you can't usually get 16% in an entire administration, in 2 administrations. And he got 16% in 1 month. So now you know why these people are freaking out. He has come in and completely wiped out all the problems, not all, most of the problems, figuring out where I got to fix this, where I got to fix that. He's moving so fast. He's projecting. He goes like, we're going to be here in 6 months. We're going to be here in 12 months. And these people don't know what to do. And the reason why they don't know what to do is because nobody's ever done it. That's the problem so many people in the media are having right now. Number one, they're not astute in terms of business. They're not experienced in seeing this ever. Not once in a while, ever. Nobody has seen this. So all the highly educated people who have spent decades looking at the economy can't understand, what the hell is this guy doing? It should never work. And the reason why all their models don't make any sense, again, goes back to the fact he's in completely unpeed on snow. He's charting his own course, and everything that they have, everything they've learned in business school is being thrown upside down because he's putting America first. Yes, the global economy, people are freaking out because, oh my God, you mean America's not sending us big checks anymore? You imagine that it was that simple? Stop sending these people money, spend it here, watch what happens. And they can't, you'll hear, they can't comprehend it.
Conductors and chips, which is a separate category, because we want them made in the United States. And by the way, they're being made in the United States. You know, we have the biggest in the world, as you know, from Taiwan is coming over and spending $300 billion in Arizona, building the biggest plant in the world for chips and semiconductors. But on pharmaceuticals, we'll be putting a initially small tariff on pharmaceuticals, but in 1 year, President 1.5 years maximum, it's going to go to 150%, and then it's going to go to 250%, because we want pharmaceuticals made in our country. And that's not the CHIPS Act like Biden did, because he didn't know what he was doing, where they gave billions of dollars to companies that had more money than they knew what to do with.
President Trump, can I ask you about something that you're doing that's opposite of the Biden administration, too? And that's the latest deal that you've announced.
Everything.
The latest deal.
I'm doing everything opposite the Biden administration. And she blinked like, yeah, you are, because I can't even fathom it. This man makes me go research so much. And they're so used to doing certain things and how things are supposed to work, and things are supposed to move in really small increments, and it takes forever for things that... And he's out there just doing this. Love it.
Although that you're announcing with India, you're upset with the trade deal there, especially because they're buying Russian oil. The Biden administration sanctioned Russian oil, but then they kind of winked and nodded and appreciated that India and China were buying some of that oil because they were worried it would raise oil prices and thereby prices at the pump. To you, is it more important to shut down the Russians on this than to worry about oil prices?
I'm not worried about prices because we're drilling at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And what Biden did is he stopped my drilling. And then prices, if you remember that first couple of months, prices went through the roof. And he immediately said, let's go back to what Trump was doing. Let's go back to it. But by that time, they had blown it, and the energy prices were so high, and that's what caused that, and his crazy spending is what caused, by the way, the largest inflation in the history of our country was during the Biden administration. Not 48 years. You know, they like to say 48 years. It was the largest in the history of our country, the inflation that we had during Biden, because the man obviously didn't know what he was doing. But with India, what people don't like to say about India, they're the highest tariff nation. They have the highest tariff of anybody. We do very, very little business with India because their tariffs are so high. So India has not been a good trading partner because they do a lot of business with us, but we don't do business with them. So we settled on 25%, but I think I'm going to raise that very substantially over the next 24 hours because they're buying Russian oil, they're fueling the war machine, and if they're going to do that, then I'm not going to be happy.
There are a lot of deals signed, and I don't know. I thought India was imminent. I'm not sure what the sticking point is there, Mr. President. But let's just, since we don't have all day, we got to talk China.
Well, the sticking point with India is that tariffs are too high. Now, I will say this: but India went from the highest tariffs ever. They will give us 0 tariffs. And they're going to let us go in, but that's not good enough because
you're killing me. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's move on, okay? I'm like, he's talking about India and why he's doing what he's doing, and you're telling me as a host on MSNBC, you can't have that conversation because either the person in your ear or whatever on the teleprompter, you're not fluid enough to discuss this. You got the bullet points in front of you. Here's what we're going to cover. You got a note in front of you. And President Trump, as he's done so often, as he calls it the weave, hey, by the way, I'm going to do this and this and this. Wait a minute, that's not on the script. You're not supposed to be talking about that, big guy. I mean, you got to stay here. And they can't keep him in a box. And that's one of the problems with these news stations is because every single one of these people, they only know what's right there. That's it. Inside of a box. And if it's outside of that box and they've got a segment here and they're trying to go through it, they don't know what to say when he throws in India. Okay, moving on. Moving on. You didn't finish this one yet. You didn't even finish the other one about the payment instead of the debt. They're throwing stuff out there, and he's like Wonder Man, just destroying them.
So what they're doing with oil. Not good.
It looked like you were going to have a meeting and people were talking about it with President Xi, and then you went out of your way to kind of say other people are saying, I think you even called it fake news or something. It looked like you were indicating that you were unhappy or that talks had broken down, and we've had a couple of frameworks or some positive moves. And China, you've had a lot of success with other countries. China is a big deal and a big, not quite the elephant in the room, but certainly an important trading partner. Where does that stand? Will there be a meeting between you and President Xi? Anything planned at this point? What's the sticking point now, and how optimistic are you that we get a comprehensive deal?
Well, I can have a meeting. We have a very good relationship, but I didn't call for the meeting. He called for the meeting. So the fake news announced Donald Trump wants a meeting with China. No, I didn't want it. No, he asked for a meeting, and I'll end up having a meeting before the end of the year, most likely, if we make a deal. If we don't make a deal, I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? But we're getting very close to a deal. We're getting along with China very well. I will tell you, you had a point when I had 145% tariffs on. I put in for fentanyl. I actually said to people, where are we now with China, by the way? Because I kept adding more and more. They said, sir, you're up to 145%. I said, you got to be kidding. So I sort of had to bring it down a little bit. But when it was up to 145%, meaning we were doing 0 business with China, China was collapsing. I don't know if you know that. You haven't reported it, if you do. But China was collapsing. China is very...
Oh, I get so much pleasure in listening to this man talk. He's like, China was collapsing. You didn't report on it. At least I didn't hear you talking about it. Means he probably, with his DVR at night, I can imagine what nights are like with him and Melania. Hey, Melania, you mind if I just circle through CNBC right now? Go ahead, Donald. You didn't report on it, did you? It's just a little quips to let you know I'm in control here. I know what I'm doing. You guys just read what's ever in front of you. You didn't report on that, did ya? Which should make everybody else go, wait a second, China was near collapse? We need to find out more about that. What about China was almost at a collapse and nobody told anybody? Nope, you didn't know that, did you?
Reliant on the United States. My relationship with him is very good. I think we'll make a good deal. It's not imperative, but I think we're going to make a good deal. But no, they had a thing that Donald Trump really wanted to go there. No, I don't. It's a 19-hour flight. It's a long flight. But at some point in the not-too-distant future, I will. And just to end this conversation on China, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. Always had, other than the COVID moment where I was very angry with him and essentially didn't want to talk to him, frankly, because, it did come out of Wuhan, in all fairness, which I was saying from the day one, I was saying.
He threw that in there. I don't know how many of you have had the chance to interview somebody, but if you get a chance to interview somebody like Donald Trump, you better have the bulletproof vest, make sure it's Kevlar and ready, because he's going to come at you from all different sides. They did this Wuhan thing, right? Yeah, okay. He just drops it out there. And he does it because he knows they won't talk about it. And he knows people like me will show you, and you guys can hear him. He's getting his message out. You want me to come on television or talk to you, whatever? Yeah, okay, let's go. And he's going to get his thoughts in no matter what you try to do. They did that Wuhan stuff, right? Of course, CNBC, they can't talk about it.
Knew exactly where it came from. But that did interfere with the relationship. But no, I've had a great relationship with President Xi. We respect him a lot. They respect us a lot. They didn't respect Biden. They thought he was a numbskull. They couldn't believe he was the president of the United States, and neither can anyone else that happened.
Mr. President, on a different topic, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that you're prepping an order that they say would punish banks that discriminate against conservatives, including potentially Bank of America. I'm going to be actually talking to Brian Moynihan here later today. Can you tell us about that executive order? What's in that? And what do you think the banks have done?
Well, they did discriminate. I had J.P. Morgan Chase. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in cash.
Okay, so I got to talk to you right now, because many of you may have experienced this, because that was a stupid question. So you're going to sign this order against Bank of America, but basically all banks. No more of this conservatives can't bank here. You can't charge. You can't do your merchant account. We don't even want your money. And the guy from CNBC says, supposedly something happened. No, it happened. It actually happened. It happened to people I know. Never mind the Trump family. I know people who, hey, listen, take your credit card business and your bank accounts and just go away. You're one of those Trump people. You guys may even know some people. Nope, no, you can't even bank here. What do you mean? It happened to me. I've told you, Facebook booted me off, and the credit card processor said, nope, we're not even going to process your credit card sales anymore. Why? Because you're selling Orange Man stuff. But it's making a ton of money, and people want it. And you guys are getting a percentage. Nope, sorry, done, go away, and Facebook take his store too. Huh? This is America, right? We should be able to sell and do business how we want, as long as it's legal. And as far as I knew, there was no legality or illegality by selling a flippin' red hat. But they didn't care whether they were told to do it or however. People were going up to their ATM and finding out, hey, listen, go inside, you can cash out, but you can't bank here anymore. And the guy from CNBC absolutely knows that. Come on. Oh, supposedly some stuff happened. No, it happened. Now he's telling them it happened to me.
They want to, if they want to do something bad because you don't have any money and you defaulted and they took people out. But I'll give you me as an example. I had hundreds of millions. I had many, many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash, and they told me, I'm sorry, sir, we can't have you. You have 20 days to get out. I said, you got to be kidding. I've been with you for 35, 40 years. They said, and I mean, I had all this. I didn't know what to do with it. And I went to, and you could ask him, maybe he's not going to admit it. So I said, I was informed by my people that we have to get out of Chase Manhattan. That's Jamie and J.P. Morgan Chase. So I said, I can't believe it. Well, I was never in this situation before. I've never had anything like it. And it's not like, gee, you defaulted on a loan. You know, gee, I can understand that. That's different. But there's no default. I mean, there's nothing but cash. It's a really, I have a really great company. And then what happens is I call up Bank of America routinely because when I was president, this was after I got out, by the way, I call up Bank of America routinely, and I speak to him, and I speak to a couple of people, and they have zero interest. Brian was kissing my ass when I was president, and when I called him after I was president to deposit $1 billion plus and a lot of other things, more importantly to open accounts, which banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest-free, you know, the overnights and things. There are a lot of reasons for it, but they like accounts. I had hundreds of accounts, and he said, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. So I went to another one. I ended up going to small banks all over the place. I mean, I was putting 10 million here, 10 million there, did 5 million, 10 million, 12 million. I have them all over the place, the craziest thing. And it's lucky I even had them. They were doing me a favor. And that's because the banks discriminated against me very badly. And I was very good to the banks. I had the greatest economy in the history of our country when I was president. And by the way, our economy now will blow that away, and you see it happening. But our economy now, because we're a rich country again, because of our trade deals, we've become a rich country again. But no, they totally discriminate against, I think me maybe even more, but they discriminate against many conservatives. You know, I told that story and sitting around tables with other people that were conservative or Trump supporters. I think the word might be Trump supporters more than conservative. And I believe what they did is they went to the regulators. You know, banks are not afraid of anything but a regulator. They're regulators and their wives. They're more afraid of their wives than the regulators. But the group they're really afraid of is bank regulators. And I believe that Biden or Kamala, and I don't think they're smart enough to do it, but the people that are surrounding the beautiful Resolute desk, you know, the high IQ people that are radical left, I believe they told the banking commission, the bankers, that the banking regulators, do everything you can to destroy Trump.
Did you hear that? I don't know if he just got into a role there, but if you heard that, that is absolutely huge. That may be be something that could take these people down. I don't know who said it. We don't know. Resolute desk, they're in the Oval Office, and they're telling banks to deplatform him. You want to talk about conspiracy? Maybe he was doing that. I saw somebody said, open up your own bank. Maybe he was trying to deposit money in so many different banks to see who was going to debank him. Let that sink in. Here's a guy, he's got all kinds of contacts. His Rolodex is huge. Hey, can I wire $1 billion over? Yeah, okay, no problem. No, instead he took 10 million here, 15 million here. Hey, can I open an account? No. Can I open an account here? No. Why? Can I open an account here? Why? And he just kept doing that. And now, just now, he just says that may have been a conspiracy. You know, as everybody is speculating what charges are certain people going to be, you know, possibly indicted for, nobody has talked about this. This was something completely new. When I heard it, I went, whoa, wait a second. That's federal. That is absolutely federal. And it obviously, he just said, it emanated from the White House. So I want you to hear that again. Let me roll that back about 20 seconds. And I want you to hear as he describes it and listen closely as he begins telling you the scenario where he couldn't find a bank. You know, Donald Trump, big developer, and he was going around the country looking at bank here, bank there, trying all these different banks, 10 million. Why was he doing that? And then he drops the big bomb. Listen closely.
Dollars plus and a lot of other things, more importantly to open accounts, which banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest-free, you know, the overnights and things. There are a lot of reasons for it, but they like accounts. I had hundreds of accounts, And he said, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. So I went to another one. I ended up going to small banks all over the place. I mean, I was putting 10 million here, 10 million there, did 5 million, 10 million, 12 million. I have them all over the place, the craziest thing. And it's lucky I even had them. They were doing me a favor. And that's because the banks discriminated against me very badly. And I was very good to the banks. I had the greatest economy in the history of our country when I was president. And by the way,
notice what he said there. Earlier, he goes, I paid my bills. There was nothing derogatory. There was no reason why I, now as a past president, shouldn't be allowed to use this bank. You know the money's legit. I'm not a drug dealer from Colombia. I'm a former president. My legitimacy precedes me when I walk in. You know who I am. I've done business with you for 30 or 40 years. Why all of a sudden? Why all of a sudden won't you take my money? What would be the reason? And when I heard this, I was like, oh my God, Jesus. Did you hear what he just said? Bank fraud. Listen.
Hey, our economy now will blow that away, and you see it happening. But our economy now, because we're a rich country again, because of our trade deals, we've become a rich country again. But no, they totally discriminate against, I think me maybe even more, but they discriminate against many conservatives. You know, I told that story and sitting around tables with other people that were conservative or Trump supporters. I think the word might be Trump supporters more than conservative. And I believe what they did is they went to the regulators. You know, banks are not afraid of anything but a regulator. They're regulators and their wives. They're more afraid of their wives than the regulators. But the group they're really afraid of is bank regulators. And
who controlled the regulators back then? Regulators for banks are government people. The government people. The banks are really afraid of the government, is basically what he just said. The banks are afraid of upsetting the government. He's so good.
I believe that Biden or Kamala, and I don't think they're smart enough to do it, but the people that are surrounding the beautiful Resolute desk, you know, the high IQ people that are radical left, I believe they told the banking commission, the bankers, that the banking regulators, do everything you can to destroy Trump.
Boom. I believe the government and the people in the Oval Office, not the drooling dude, but the other people, the co-conspirators, the ones we're actually looking at right now, because this diaper-wearing, oatmeal-eating dude, he wasn't in control. It was the other high IQ people who were telling them to go after Trump. Get Trump. Get Trump supporters. He just described a huge crime. And nobody has talked about it. And then he included Trump supporters to try and make it possibly class action. If you were a perpetrator at one of these banks and you just heard what he just said, your butt must have just clenched up like that. You must have just realized, oh my God, he's coming for us, isn't he? That's probably why he did the interview. He probably did the interview to let you know and let the banking community know, you're next. Every single one of you that wouldn't do business with me and all these Trump supporters that you bounced off and said they couldn't bank here for no other reason than they were black. Oh, I'm sorry, no. For no other reason that they were Jewish. Oh, no. That would be discrimination. For no other reason that they were Trump supporters. Same thing. And he actually used the word discrimination. You can't get out from underneath that one. When they call in this bank and say, why did you do this to this person? Well, did they default? No. Were they overextended? No. Why did you tell them they couldn't be here? Well, I'm a private business. I can I can decide at any time don't want to do business with you, which is true. However, what's the reason? You just woke up, one reason I had 10 million in the bank, next day, hey, come get a check, we're done? Or did it come from higher up. And notice what he said. The only people they're afraid of more is their wives. Meaning, if I come after you and Pam Bondi can tie you to all this and we can, go after your finances, you're in deep poop. And she's not going to be happy.
And that's what they did. And guess what? I'm president. How did that happen?
And guess what? The guy at CNBC had nothing to say, and I'm looking on X, and I'm looking at people posting clips of this, and I'm like, is nobody talking about this? And guess what? I can see his face right now, and guess what? Now I'm president. Your ass is so mine.
Mr. President, you've talked about you want success, not retribution. The Justice Department now tapping a grand jury to look into the intelligence community's assessment of what was happening with Russia. Is that you have nothing to do with directing the Justice Department?
No, I have nothing to do. Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it. But what they did in the election, what they did in even the last election, but it was too big to rig. But what they did in the 2020 election is grotesque. I mean, that was a...
There's another nugget for you. I've been telling you, everybody's focused on Russiagate in 2016, and he's already got... That's the appetizer. That's the one where, we're just going to start doing discovery. The big meal is going to be 2020. Yeah, you spied on me here. That was one thing. Then you defrauded America in 2020, and guess what's coming? Because, I'm president.
Big election, 100%.
Okay, we can't relitigate that. We can't relitigate.
Listen to this right here. As this guy... quickly realizes backstroke. All big blinking lights went off. We can't talk about that right now. Let's not talk about that. Well, why not? What are you afraid of, dude? Why are you afraid to talk about the 2020 election? Still, you keep telling us, nothing ever happened, but you still won't allow people to even discuss it. Trump brought it up, and it was like, heresy. Oh, no, you're not going to go there, are you? Yeah, we're going to go there. We're going to make it so people can talk about 2020. And he's going to lead the way. No more of this. Oh, hey, let me rewind that a couple of seconds so you can hear this guy erupt in case I... Listen to this.
What's happening with Russia? Is that... You have nothing to do with directing the Justice Department?
No, I have nothing to do. Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it. But what they did in the election, what they did in even the last election, but it was too big to rig. But what they did in the 2020 election is grotesque. I mean, that was a rigged election, 100%.
Okay, we can't relitigate that. We can't relitigate that.
No, we're back to rigging again. Well, you can use it because everyone knows it.
Yeah, we are.
You know what? A year ago, you would have been upset if I said it. Today, it's different. I say it all the time. It was a rigged election. It was 100% rigged.
We can't relitigate because it.
And I'm sure that's going to be brought up.
Independent sources, even your Justice Department. But then I'm bringing up Bill Barr. But even they decided that. There were things that happened, but nothing that would have swayed it.
Well, they were wrong, and Bill Barr was wrong, and Bill Barr didn't investigate, and he should have. And why didn't Bill Barr give why didn't he give the Derma report? Why didn't he give that report, the stuff that's in there, that's all this stuff is coming out of it? Why didn't he give it earlier? I mean, why did it take so long to do it, and why didn't he give it, why didn't they announce it earlier? Because it morphed. What happened is it morphed into the Biden administration, and the Biden administration buried it. So, it's too bad.
How about Texas?
Now
we're going to do...
There's no way to look at that other than what I've been telling you. The 2016 Russia hoax thing is just the appetizer. They're going to be coming for 2020. And the nervousness of this guy on CNBC should tell you, oh, crap. They tried to get him off that subject. They tried to tell the President of the United States, don't go there, man. Don't even talk about that. You understand I'm the president, right? you can kiss my pimply butt. What do you mean I can't talk about it? Oh, no, it's been litigated, and 1,000 judges said, no, it didn't happen. So we can't even discuss it? Is it like Santa Claus? At least we can discuss Santa Claus. You're telling me I can't even discuss this topic, and I'm the President of the United States, which means they're still trying to keep that genie or put it back in the bottle. That tells you everything. This is going to be bombastic, incredible. They don't even still, 5 years later, don't talk about it. And he looked so uncomfortable, like, oh my God, did he just bring that up? Oh, what do I do? Producer, you got something for me? Is there something? Bail, hit the commercial, do something. He's talking about the 2020 election. Get ready. Get ready.
Now we're going to do mid-year or midterm gerrymandering based on that's going to be a quid pro quo or something with in blue states now, Mr. President. Did you?
Well, they did it to us. You know, those blue states that you're talking about. You know, somebody gave a good example. In Massachusetts, I got, I think, 41% of the vote. It's a very, blue state. And yet it's got 100% of Congress, 100%. So I got 41% or something. And yet 100% of Congress in Massachusetts. No, it shouldn't be that way. We should have a couple of Congress people, but we have none. And think of this, 100%. In Illinois, where you have probably the dumbest of all governors, Illinois, that guy is really the business is flowing out of his state. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing that Pritzker's doing. He was the black sheep of the family. They threw him out of the business. But in Illinois, what's happened is terrible, what they're doing. And you notice they go to Illinois for safety, but that's all gerrymandered. California's gerrymandered. We should have many more seats in Congress in California. It's all gerrymandered. And we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas.
Okay, so you got to listen to this. I got the most votes in the history of Texas. Right? That's what President Trump says. Watch what happens here with CNBC.
You probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
I don't know. I have to check on that. And they expect...
Check it. Why don't you check it, Brian?
The fact checkers expect us to check everything you say on the phone.
I want you to check it.
But for 4 years, those fact checkers didn't fact check anything that was said about... we don't need to relitigate.
He just gave up his people at CNBC. The fact checkers want me to fact check everything you say on the phone. Hey, but for the last 4 years, those people could say whatever they want. So I told you, this guy, he likes Trump. And at that point in the interview, he's like, F it. F it. I see what Trump's doing. I know what he's doing right here. He's putting it all out there. And I can't help you, but you people back there, you fact checkers, and whoever's making you do this or telling me I got to do this in my ear, I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. You didn't do it for the last 4 years, but now you want me to do it now because President Trump's on the phone. They're still doing it. When they say the conspiracy is ongoing, you're watching it still play out. The media is doing everything to suppress this guy. Hey, we got to fact check that. He got the most votes in history? Oh, hold on. We can't let him say that. But for the last 4 years, Biden and people could say whatever they wanted. But every single thing the president says, they're like... And as it comes out of his mouth, they're actually probably... You could hear the typing that was going on. Let's continue.
That either, but they expect fact-checking
Joe, why don't you
immediately.
check it, okay? Because I'd like you to. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, okay? By a lot.
Mr. President, can I ask you back to the...
He tapped out. do something. I can't with this guy. Okay, he's whooping my ass on national television. Please bring in somebody else. Relief pitcher, please. Smiley blonde. He won't be as tough with you. He's out here kicking my butt. Please, somebody else come in. Little Jewish guy. Anybody. I can't do this anymore.
I mean, just on some of the things we've seen with the jobs report, the weakness in those numbers that came out last week. People are trying to figure out where the weakness is coming from. Part of it may be because of immigration. Now, people voted you into office because they were concerned about immigration policy in this country. But if you look at the jobs report last week, it did show a 1.7 million drop-off of foreign-born workers from March to July. And
that's a great number, by the way. That's a great number. Because it means we're putting Americans to work.
Well, the problem...
Oh, this was comedic for me. And I'm like, oh, by the way, that's a great number. Huh? Yeah. Because we're getting Americans to work, and we're kicking these other people out of here. How you like those apples, honey? And she stopped and went, huh?
Because immigrants have accounted for more than half of the U.S. workforce growth over the last 3 years. And so you wonder if that gets into an issue. And I know you've spoken with farmers who have had concerns about being able to find temporary workers there.
That's right.
And I think their pleas have kind of hit you in a way where you looked at that a little differently.
Well, I think we're getting the criminals out of our country because they had an open border policy because they were fools, and they allowed people from prisons and gang members and drug dealers into our country. We're getting the criminals out of our country by the thousands, and they're taken. We have murderers. We have people that are mentally insane. They come out of insane asylums and psych wards, and they come out of places that you don't want to know about. You would not like to see it. But they dumped everybody in our country from the Congo in Africa to all over.
Somebody put in the chat, why are they showing the long face of Trump? Do you know what picture that is? If you know what that picture is and where that picture came from, go ahead and put it in the chat. It's interesting that CNBC chose that picture to be the feature picture for President Trump on this episode. There's a gazillion pictures online. That's the picture they chose. If you know where that picture comes from, put it in the in the chat. I'll tell you afterwards.
For South America, they dump millions of people into our country that are dangerous people, and I'm getting them out. I'm working with the farmers, however, and the farmers have been great. I also got the highest vote for farmers, I think, that anybody's ever gotten. And I take care of the farmers. I love the farmers. They're a very important part of this country. And we're not going to do anything to hurt the farmers, and we're working on that, and we're going to be coming out with rules and regulations. I mean, you'll see a farmer with the same person working for him for 20 years. The person's even paying taxes and other things. And we're looking for the criminals, the people that murdered. You know, we have 11,888 people that came into our country under Biden, with our great czar, a border czar. She never called one. You know, she was a border czar. She never went to the border, and she never made one call to the Border Patrol. You know, other than that, she did a great job. But they had hundreds of people that were murderers, 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person in our country. We've already gotten a lot of them out, and some of them are so dangerous we don't want to bring them back. We want to put them in our own prison because we don't want them coming back. But they allowed 11,888 murderers, many of which murdered more than one, into our population, and we're getting them out rapidly.
But, Mr. President, I just want to hear you clearly. You're saying that people who have been here for years and who have been even paying taxes, you're going to look at them very differently, and maybe they belong here in the workforce?
I want to work with them, and in some cases we're sending them back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it? You know, these are very, you know, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay, so you know, here we go. So you did get the highest number of votes in Texas, so that's true. But when you
so they did the fact check and went to go look and say, did he really get the most votes ever in Texas? Yes, that's true. Okay, let me confirm that. Yeah, you did get the most votes in history in Texas. As for the shot, the picture, it looks a lot like the mugshot to me. It may be a little bit different, maybe a little bit different Photoshop, but there's a whole bunch of different pictures you could have got to put out there for President Trump with him smiling. But nonetheless, the most important part about this is the interview and what he's saying. And now they've just had to come on and verify that, yes, indeed, he got the most most votes in Texas history.
Okay, then you don't have to say anything more, Joe.
I got to say this.
No, don't say anything more.
No,
don't qualify it by saying,
no,
I got the highest number of votes
you did.
in the
you
history
did. I'm moving
of
on.
Texas.
I'm moving on to your claim that revision.
You ain't got to say nothing else. Moving on. We're moving. He's got these people in a tizzy. It's amazing.
Help Biden hurt you for the 800,000. It was in August. There was still plenty of time for voters to see that those weren't real jobs.
After the election in November, I believe it was in November something, there was a massive revision downward on
the
jobs.
First one, the 800,000 or 900,000, I think, was in August. And then later it came out in March of 2025, it went to 598, not 818. But the original one...
Listen, 598, but there were other revisions downward from prior to the election because the numbers were rigged, okay? And as you said, look, you take a look after the election, how many revisions downward there were. But let's get back to Texas because you said you were going to say something else. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, a record that they say won't be beaten unless I run again.
Are you going to run again?
No,
Constitution
probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
And you're not going to fire Jay Powell. We'll go all talk about all the stuff that.
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe. And the friend was worse.
Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had. In overall poll numbers, you do. I cited one of those.
I have the best poll numbers I've ever had.
Among Republicans,
I have poll numbers where I'm 70.
Why is this guy shadowboxing with the president? Why is he trying to do this and downplay everything that he's doing? There's still an agenda in place. It's still there. His handlers, his producers, whoever back there, they're the ones talking in his ear. Goes, well, his poll numbers aren't, overall not, maybe with Republicans. Make sure you tell them it's only with Republicans, okay? Why? Because they're terrified. They're terrified of what's coming.
1%. I have the best poll numbers. Look,
those are among Republicans. You've got...
No. Among Republicans, I'm at 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about generally. I have Let me put it this way. There was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how well Trump was doing. Now, you don't put that on because I think CBS is a shade. Actually, CNN's a shade better than NBC. I think NBC is probably the worst of them all. But if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden, and you'll see about the numbers. But that's okay. We have to defend ourselves, Joe.
I know, but there are other. They can cite. Your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
yeah, but they're fake polls, Joe. I had a lot of.
Oh my goodness. Dude, if you're going to come to a gunfight, bring a gun. You brought a pea shooter. This guy is shredding you, absolutely shredding you.
Fake polls. You also have me in the 70s. I have fake polls. Fox gives me terrible polls all the time. They do nothing, but I've never had a good poll with Fox. And then I win an election, and I go through the roof. Because, look, I won every swing state, did I not? I won every swing state. Andrew, I won the popular vote by millions of votes. Even though they tried like hell to cheat, I won by millions of votes. I won the counties and all of the counties. I won 2,750 to 502. And I won the election in a landslide. And obviously that's only, we're only 6 months in. But my poll numbers are better now, much better than during the election. And now part of that is because the Democrat Party is self-destructing. I mean, when you have low IQ people like Crockett, I wonder if she's any relationship to the late, great Davy Crockett. Who was a great gentleman. I wonder if she's got any relationship to Davy Crockett, the great old Davy Crockett. But you have this woman Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding. The Democrats are lost. They have Trump derangement syndrome so bad that they can't walk. They can't talk. They don't know where they're going. Schumer is finished. Schumer, look, I watched him the other day. He's lost all of his confidence.
40% of the country has. So you're never going to get above 60 in any poll, and it's because 40% have TDS, and we know that. Mr. President, we used to do this every Tuesday. It was called Trump Tuesday. Maybe we can start. This is going to be the start of something again. But we appreciate all your time today, and hope to be able to continue this discussion on all these different issues in the not too distant future, if we could.
Joe, could I finish one thing?
Yes.
1 year ago, 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And that was told to me by every leader of NATO, which they do whatever I want. That was told to me by the King of Saudi Arabia, by the leaders of UAE, by the leader of Qatar, by many, many. We were a dead country 1 year ago. Today we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and I'm very happy to help.
Mr. President, once again, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we've been used to do these things every Tuesday. Hope we never do it ever again. Oh, my gosh. Whew. Wow. When you see snippets of it on X, a lot of people would put a snippet here and a snippet there. But when you see the entirety of it and you realize the body of work that he put there and all the information he put out and how he had these people chasing their tails to the point where I think his name's Adam or Andrew, one of Sorkin, who was the dark-haired younger guy, he didn't come back on. Done. He tore me apart. The woman, she had a couple questions. Nah, she was done. And he then just beat up on the older guy. It was hilarious, absolutely hilarious. But that's how he rolls. That's how President Trump absolutely rolls. So I'm going to take a break. Just talked a lot about the economy, the tariffs, and everything else. President Trump is doing it, and there's no denying that the tariffs are working, that even though they're trying. But we're taking delivery today of some product, and if you guys would like to hedge your bet, I would urge you to also buy some silver and or gold. And then after this spot, we're going to bring on Congressman Rulli. All right, here we go.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, you can put it in your IRA, you can put it in your home safe. And relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know. We've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. All right, everybody, I've got Congressman Mike Rulli. Let me bring up his information for you. Congressman Mike Rulli. He's Ohio's 6th District. He's out of Youngstown, Ohio. And I'm going to bring him on because there's a whole lot of stuff going on in Congress right now. Mike, can you hear me?
I hear you well. How you doing, Barry?
Oh, good. Hold on. Let me modulate your microphone a little bit. All right. Very well. So are you back in Ohio, or are you still, you're not in Washington? You guys are on break right now, right?
We're on break right now, working the district.
All right. So even though you're on break, I want to get your opinion as to what the heck is going on in Texas, and could that ever happen in Ohio?
Well, it's happening all over the country. It's gerrymandering. So usually, whoever is controlling the state house dictates that, who draws the lines. It's been like that in America for 50 years. I think it's funny, the exodus of Democrats leaving the Texas State House, the 3 states they chose to go to, New York, Illinois, California, the biggest gerrymandered states that have ever lived. Let's get this straight. The Democrats wrote the blueprints for gerrymandering, and now they're doubling down on stupid.
I had to laugh because from the stuff I've seen over the last 24 hours, I feel bad I actually feel bad for Hakeem Jeffries because they're making no sense. They're talking about how they have the Republicans on the run while they're actually on the run. And it makes no sense. But where do you see it actually ending up? Is there really a possibility that these people could be arrested by the state of Texas?
Yes, they could be arrested by the state of Texas, and I think the governor should do it. Hey, let's not forget that Jeffries might not even get reelected. He has 3 primaries because they feel this is how insane the opposition party is. They feel that Jeffries is extreme right. That's how insane they've become, that Jeffries, the minority leader, is too far right for them. So, this is what we're up against. It's us against the Bolsheviks. They are the Bolsheviks.
And as you watch what they're for, and I know you're in Ohio, so you're not in Texas, and you're not up in New York, but what is the feeling amongst your colleagues? Even though they can't come to the microphone and say it, but are Democrats really okay with this?
Well, the Democrats, Newsom has already threatened to do a 54-0. Think about that. 54 Democrats, 0 Republican seats in the state of California, which produced Ronald Reagan, by the way, and Richard Nixon. In Ohio, we have 15 different seats, okay? We're 10-5 right now. If the lines get moved a little bit, we may go 14. We're probably going to go like 11-4 or 13-2. If we push really hard, we could do a 15-0. We could pick up 5 seats in Ohio. But are we doing this, or are we trying to be fair? In Ohio, when I was in Ohio's Senate, we offered 5 different maps to the Democrats. One of the maps was a 10-5 map. If they would have accepted, that would have locked that into law for 10 years. Wow. They would have had no problems. They would have secured their 5 seats, but they got greedy. Now in the state house, if we really want to get cute, we can manipulate the map and go 15-0 and bleed out the 3 Cs, Cincinnati, Columbus, and the Cleveland. Now, if you guys are not familiar with Ohio only has 3 Democrat cities. The rest of it is solid red, just like Pennsylvania. If you take Pittsburgh and Philadelphia away from Pennsylvania, it's solid red. Right. These Democrats, they better be on notice. Quit fooling around because you're about to find out.
I hope they do. And talking about the FA part of the FO, it seems like with everything they're saying, they're trying to, promote violence, trying to get people riled up, get them in the street, because none of them are going to do it. They're all going to sit back and make speeches. How are you guys, when you talk to people in your state, preparing for the insanity that these people may be trying to, create?
Barry, who would ever thought we would be the Woodstock party? I mean, the Republican Party right now, we're the party of love. I was at a Sheetz gas station. I had this woman come at me, calling me Nazi and all the fun things they like to call me. And I put out my arms. I'm like, come on, hon, let's hug it out. She goes, you don't want to hug, you want to hate. I'm like, we're all about love. You know, that's the sad thing. They don't understand that the GOP has the biggest tent in the world. We don't care what color, what race, what shape and size you are. Heck, one of our largest growing groups besides Latino is the gay America. You know, the log cabins bill. Why would I be in a party that supports Hamas? Why would I be in a party that supports Sharia law, which actually kills gay people? Yeah. So you think about it. If you're over 18 and you're all about freedom and love, join the Republican Party today before it's too late.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a video going around with somebody telling the people at Hamas what they actually should do to people in an alternative lifestyle. But they're so brainwashed, they don't want to see it. So you're in the House, but John Thune and the guys in the Senate, a recess appointment, and the different things that he's come and put in with the pro forma sessions. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting that you brought that up. I spent the day yesterday with my good friend Bernie Marino, and Bernie Marino's bringing the fire in Ohio because we're taking that Cincinnati city and we're going to take him to task. That picture that you saw of that girl, she personally gave that photo, the one that got beat up last weekend. She gave it to Bernie. Bernie's all in. I said, Bernie, what happened? I thought President said we were going to take away. You know, if President Trump wants to take away our August recess, I'll be there tonight by midnight. And you know, Bernie Marino feels the same way. The Democrats got so shenanigans. We have 140 or 150 appointments that we have to get taken care of. They offered us 30. The 30 that they offered was the most milquetoast group of appointees you can imagine that were already approved through the committee process in the U.S. Senate. But here's the thing that most people don't understand. They wanted to give $2 billion to Gaza, and they had no parameters of what that Gaza money actually would go to. Was it going to go to Hamas? Is that what the Democratic Party actually believes in? Are they pro-Hamas? Because that's what it feels like.
I think some of that money, and I wouldn't expect you to say it, don't want you to get in trouble with your colleagues, but some of that money was a boomerang and coming right back to some people over here is what I personally think. So a lot of people have been using Chat GTP and they've been using Grok and all kinds of things to try and figure out, could President Trump demand a session? Could J.D. Vance take the gavel from John Thune and actually say, you know, you're in recess? Is there any process that you see or understand that would allow the recess appointments to actually take place?
There are a couple of parliamentary procedures. I know they're going over them right now. I don't know how that actually works. I just had my 1-year anniversary in the U.S. Congress. Before that, I was in the State House. And any Congress person out there that's watching this, we all know that Congress runs completely different than the State House. I'm sure that Thune, along with President Trump's guys, are going to be able to figure it out. We need those appointees. I'm going to give a quick example. We've been doing a lot of work with the Department of Energy. Now, the Department of Energy, the director just got the appointment several weeks ago. So for the last 7 months, we've been just dealing with staff who have been incredible. But when President Trump says drill, baby, drill, in the Ohio 6, we have enough Utica and Marcellus Shale to last the Earth's needs for energy for 500 years. I have $30 billion on the table. We're trying to build 7 power plants behind the meter, and I need that Department of Energy to be working side by side with me. And recently, with the appointment of the director, it's really happening. It's really becoming tangible. But all these different departments are missing these nominees, and the Senate has to do their job. I say shame on Schumer. Shame on Schumer, and I almost feel bad for him because he's probably going to lose his seat to AOC.
Poor New York, with everything they're going through. You got AOC possibly taking Schumer's position. You got the communists running for mayor. What is your hope for the biggest city in the country? The Big Apple may turn into the wormy apple if something doesn't happen. Is anything you guys can do to try and, I don't know if there's any laws you can make and get passed that stop communist takeover of New York?
I think the best thing that's going to happen is by example. I think every time this communist approach has happened, it's failed miserably. And I think, you know, I've done a lot of different different TV shows talking about the grocery stores in particular, because that's my family's background, and talking about taking away the privatization of the grocery stores in Manhattan. And you're going to have about 200 grocers that are going to go out of business. In Cuba, in Russia, in China, when you go into these grocery stores, especially China and Cuba, you're lucky to have 3,000 to 4,000 SKUs. SKU is that barcode that's on the bottom of your product. Any given American grocery store has 30 to 40,000 SKUs. So if you're a Joe Bag of Donuts, blue collar, working your little heart out for the American dream, working 60 hours a week, one of the beautiful things that you have for the luxury of life and letting you enjoy the quality of life is going into the American grocery store and being offered 40,000 products. How wonderful is that? Yeah. It doesn't matter if you make $10,000 a year, if you make $10 million a year. You have the beauty of choosing what product is going to make you happy in your evening. And this is something that the so-be mayor of New York wants to take away. We have to figure this out. Cuomo needs to drop out, get behind Adams, and let's try to win that seat before it's too late.
Absolutely. And I was going to bring up your background. Was it Rulli Markets? Is that what the name of the company is? Excuse me.
Yeah, Rulli Brothers Supermarkets since 1970.
Are you still operating them?
We still have the grocery stores. I stepped down when I went into Congress, but my brother and my son are still running them. We have 200 and some employees, and we love our customers, and all parties, all affiliations are welcome to shop there. It's just that I have to do the people's work now for a while. And we have fresh meat, swinging meat, cattle straight from the fields of Ohio, grass-fed. It's a glorious company.
So my question being your experience and you're in the family business and groceries, you hear a lot of the Democrats saying that grocery prices haven't come down and that the tariffs are going to have a problem with the grocery stores, grocery prices. What dictates when you operate a grocery store? What dictates the pricing and how is it, and I hope you can explain this, how is it not going to affect people who are just walking into the store?
Well, egg prices have already dropped in half. Under Biden, they were $7.99. We just had eggs on sale last week for $2.29. Wow. Egg prices already coming down. The only problem you're having with beef, you had all the drought that happened in the West. So the cattle really, the numbers dwindled. Cattle were brought to slaughter way too quick. So it's going to take 2 or 3 years to rebound from that. But once that cattle gets back, you're going to really see it. And plus, a lot of this stuff with the trade negotiations, the EU, he just cut that deal. So all that wonderful stuff coming out of Europe, whether it's olive oil from Italy or whether it's the pasta from Italy or whether it's cheese from Switzerland or France, it's all going to start coming back in really tremendous ways. You see it in England, you see it in Philippines, you see it with all the countries that have made the deal. Things are already better. So we just have to finish all those trade deals right now.
Absolutely. Ohio, let's talk about that. You're from Ohio. J.D. Vance is from Ohio. Mike DeWine is no longer, he's from Ohio, right?
Yes, he is.
So he's stepping down or term limited, whichever. Do you think that not J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy is the candidate for Ohio?
Vivek Ramaswamy will be the next governor of Ohio, 100%. Wow. No doubt in my mind. In fact, Vivek was there yesterday in Cincinnati, and now Bernie's going to be there today. We're putting a spotlight on the woke that's still left in Ohio. We still have some woke. We're trying really hard to kick off Florida and Texas and the cool state to live in if you're a Republican. So we're working really hard on that. We really cut the income tax rates down. We're trying to make it easy to do business in Ohio. Vivek's going to take that and he's going to run with it. We welcome him into the governor's mansion. Mike DeWine, pretty nice guy. Policy, not so great. We wish him best in his retirement. See you later, Mike. Welcome, Vivek.
Wow, that's awesome. Now, you've only been there in Congress a year, but you've been an adult and you've been living your life for many years before that. And so you were around during the 2016 Russiagate hoax, and you were obviously there with the 2020. What do you think is going to happen with these new referrals that Pam Bondi has given to the grand jury? And people always say you can indict a ham sandwich, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see indictments. What do you think the likelihood of them actually, well, we don't know who they are yet, or could possibly turn into arrests?
I think Mark Rubio has the best angle on this. And let's go into this for a second. So when you really look at the opposition media and they say, hey, nothing to see here, why are they rehashing the past? So I want all your listeners to really focus on that. Why are they rehashing the past? Mark Rubio said it perfectly. Because they're still doing it. They're still breaking the law. They tried to put Nixon away forever because of Watergate. This is 50 billion times worse than Watergate. Let's think about what they did with President Trump. I talk about the narrative pre-assassination, post-assassination. You know, a lot of Republicans were afraid to defend President Trump before the assassination because they say, oh, President Trump does a great deal, but, you know, he's a little rough, he's a little tumble, but he does good product. But guess what? Now we see really what's going on. President Trump's great all the way around. Let's explain. They tried to indict him in New York. Not guilty. Tried to indict him in Georgia. Tried to indict him in the federal. Then they raided his house. I had Director Wray from the FBI, a piece of garbage. He came in front of our committee, and we asked him, we said, how is it that you told the public we're going to raid Mar-a-Lago and we're going to find something? In 250 years, we've never, ever once raided a president's home until then. This is what kind of people they are. They are the destruction of the republic. They must be stopped. They have to have Pam Bondi prosecute at all angles. How dare they? How dare they raid his house? How dare they try him in 3 different states and federal government? And then an assassination attempt with no answers. The assassin, we still don't know who he is. He's training at facilities with FBI and CIA. I think not. And then you try to assassinate him again. Shame on all of you. We haven't forgotten the assassination. We haven't forgotten Mar-a-Lago. We haven't forgotten all your shenanigans with fake prosecutors that are just paid by Soros. Enough is enough. It is the rise of Trump, and these people need to be, you know why? Because they'll do it again.
Yeah,
they'll do it again. And remember how they treated Mitt Romney? How did they treat John McCain? They treated these, hey, Huckabee, Bush, those are moderate, lighthearted, like almost, you know, they are rhinos, but I mean, they're as close to a Democrat as you could be, and they wanted to crucify them. For once, we got John Wayne in the Oval Office, and we're not leaving. Next is J.D. Vance.
Yeah, and Congressman Green, even as recently today, said, here he comes again. He's going to file some more impeachment documents. The amount of waste, the amount of futility that these people have pretty much tells the public they've got nothing. There's nothing for them to run on. They, as I say many times, they never speak positively of what they can do for Americans. When you're in Congress and you're talking to these people, are they not looking to do anything to improve the lives of Americans?
Well, I think most I gotta, you know, I want to push back a little bit on that. You got 435 members. You know, there's I'm gonna give a shout out to a normal Democrat, Jimmy Panetta out of California. You know, Jimmy Panetta has gotten a hold of us on a couple different issues that he thought we could work together, and a lot of it was basically for the blue collar worker, for tax cuts, for trying to improve Medicaid and Social Security, and doing it through cuts. He realizes you have to be, you know, fiscal responsible. And I said to him, Jimmy, I said, well, why aren't you the minority leader? He goes, Michael, I'm way too far to the right. That's Jimmy Panetta. That's Leon's son saying that. So, I mean, their party is desperate for their who they are, for the basis of everything that they are. Now, keep in mind, I have a good friend, believe it or not, I could be friends with Democrats. I have a good friend who was a Bernie Sanders delegate in Philadelphia in 2016. They were so excited when they were calling the rule. And right before they called the rule, it was all stopped. And this is where you remember they put the duct tape on their mouth. Yeah. Well, the Bernie Sanders delegates were so upset that they didn't call the rule for Bernie. They left the auditorium, and Susan Sarandon was having a big rally on the outskirts of the convention hall. So Hillary Clinton's people did not want, there was like 300 Bernie Sanders with the followers with the duct tape on the mouth. They locked him in the corridor so they couldn't join Susan Sarandon. These people are monsters. They have destroyed the democratic policy within their own party. There's no reason Kamala should have been anointed like a king of England, anointed to that position. They should have had a primary. And guess what? They're going to do it again. They're doing it right now. Yeah. They're already squashing dissent in the ranks of the Democratic Party. Shame on them. You know what we have? We have these great primaries where there's 18 people on stage. And you remember Donald Trump was the only one that didn't raise his hand. Everyone thought George Jeb Bush, whatever his name is, they thought he was going to be appointed president. And we saw where that went.
Now, you mentioned New York, and I'm looking at some of the questions from people. And you mentioned that you would think Eric Adams would make a good mayor. Why not the Republican Curtis Sliwa?
Oh, I love him. I've met him. Guardian Angels. This is incredible. We just have to be a realist. If you're around that guy, he's incredible. He's not going to win. Last time we need those 300,000 votes to go to Adams. This is DEFCON 10. Okay, This is the end of the line. This could be the end of New York.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. The problem with New York isn't so much his wokeness. It's what he's going to do to the financial stability of the world. It all centers in New York. And, look at Sean Hannity and the thousands of people that moved out of there because they just taxed you out of it. Rush Limbaugh, they just taxed everyone out of New York, and then they laughed about it. But the real damage is his policy could hurt Wall Street. And that's what I really, really, really scare. Adams has shown that he's willing to work with President Trump. And the other candidates, we have no choice. Yeah. Adams is the only one that could beat him. And it might be too late for that.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see the three of them come to some sort of coalition and work it out and take this guy down. But you're absolutely right. The last numbers I saw have him way ahead, which is beyond comprehension, because Wall Street will clear out, Broadway will clear out. It will be the movie Escape from New York, and you might as well let Kurt Russell do the sequel at that point. Because I'm from Connecticut. I know New York inside and out, been through it, and I can't imagine that the boys, the Goombas in Little Italy, the people in Hell's Kitchen would even stand for what's about to come should this idiot get elected. Now, before we close, I wanted to ask you, you're on the Education Committee too, right?
Yes.
So what are your thoughts on number one, moving the power in the Department of Education to the states, and what's her name, Randy Weingarten out there screaming about how the kids are going to be disaffected and all this kind of thing? How can we move the education system back to the state control and do better for the kids?
Weingarten is responsible for the destruction of urban America. She has destroyed the education of Black America. In Ohio, we have voucher programs. In Youngstown, we have several outstanding Catholic schools, and we have African-American children going to our Catholic schools and going to Harvard, going to Stanford, going to Alabama, going to some of the Duke, going to the best schools. The public schools in a lot of the major cities have failed us. If you look at Cleveland, Youngstown, and Akron, look at Lorain, look at Columbus and Cincinnati, they're spending $34,000 to $35,000 to educate these kids. I was the school board president in Latonia. We did it for $8,000 to $9,000 and had excellent results. Wow. You have to have a voucher program. We cannot there's nothing wrong with public schools, but the public schools should be held responsible by the taxpayers. If the taxpayers don't like the job the public schools are doing, fire those school board members and get a proper one in there. We did that in the school that I was. Now, my child went to Catholic school. She chose to. I say voucher programs for everyone. Voucher programs is competitive education. It puts the public schools on notice. I better do a better job. You could go charter school. You could go Catholic school. You could go homeschool. You could go public school. The choice is yours. Let's get the power back in mom's hands where it always belonged.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Last question for you. It has nothing to do with politics. It's in August right now, so I assume I'm taking a leap here, but Wolverines or or Ohio State this year? Will this be the year?
Buckeyes all the way. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. You watch and see. It's so weird because after we lost to Michigan, everyone says, "Oh, he's done," and everyone says, "Well, the only way he could save his job if we get a national championship." So go figure.
I keep trying to tell people things are about to change in the next couple of weeks because so many eyeballs are going to go, "Oh, football," and the Democrats are going to lose even more, I'd say, relevance, because nobody's going to be paying attention to their idiocy because there's so much going on. And, so I wish you well with the Buckeyes. I'm a Notre Dame fan myself, and I spent a long 40 years waiting for something to happen with the Irish. So
I'm a Knight of Columbus, and I have a soft spot for Notre Dame always. Hey, and then also, if you guys want to think about the culture war, when you go to game day, and I've been a game day in Notre Dame, and I've been a game day at Ohio State. When you go there, you know what you see? All those kids are MAGA. We have won the youth. We've won the culture. Like Andrew Breitbart said, all of this will be won with culture.
Yeah, and even so much when the EA Sports came out with the new NCAA game, they're doing the Trump dance in the actual game. I absolutely love it. Mike, thank you very much for coming out. Enjoy your break, and hopefully, maybe they'll call you guys back to Washington. Hopefully, do something.
So. God bless you, Barry.
All right, thank you very much. You too. All right, everybody, that was, let me just make sure I got his profile here again, so you guys want to bring him on. I mean, go ahead and follow him. It's Mike Rulli, Ohio's 6th District. Great guy. Go ahead and follow him. Let him know. Even if you don't live in Ohio, you may not live in Ohio. Like, hey, why would I follow this guy in Ohio? Because you can talk to him. And, you know, not saying he's going to pick up the phone and talk to you, but you may have the opportunity to engage with somebody who's actually in Congress. I mean, we're going to have Nancy Mason when she gets back from break. She announced that she is going to be running for governor of South Carolina. And then, of course, you know, Tim Burchett and a couple other people. Let's see here. We got some breaking news coming. Give me a break. Let me use the boys' room, and I will be right back.
Somewhere to be every night of the week. Seems God ain't close as he used to be. And there's more tequila in this old town than pines in Tennessee. I ain't the man I thought I'd be. And these neon lights that keep me up got me thinking maybe mom and dad had it right all along. We're too old to still be alone, and we ain't happy ever after all. I'm just saying it wouldn't be as bad as we made it out, living in our hometown. You find a girl and get married before you're 20. But I've been running like a southbound train, as fast as a northern summer with no one to love. And it's making me wonder if maybe mom and dad had it right all along, and we're too old to still be alone. If you find love, don't overthink it. Just find yourself a good one, and don't you let it go. That's what they told. Maybe mom and dad had it right all along, and we're too old to still be alone, and we ain't happy ever after all.
All right, everybody, we are back live right now. Hope you guys enjoyed Mike. Good to talk to people who are energetic, and I don't expect everybody to believe everything or like everything somebody has to say, but you know, people are entitled to their opinions. He likes Eric Adams. Some of you guys like Curtis Sliwa. That's fine. And it's funny because when we watched the movie last night, and when we talk about different things I post on Twitter, there's some interesting commentary that goes on. And the reason why I'm entering and bringing football into these conversations is because of commonality. I had said yesterday, if you guys wanted to watch out for the Lear jets flying out here or flying out of there, you might want to take a look at this guy, Monkey Works, because he charts planes and everything else. And some people came back to me on X and said, oh, I don't think he's a good Trump supporter. So, what's your point? I don't, just like with the lib nuts, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to grade people specifically based upon their political ideology. I was talking about his ability to chart airplanes and everything else. I'm not interested in his political take. If he started talking politically, I'd probably bounce. Show me the airplanes. That's what you're good at. I think we have to be careful as Trump supporters not to become like Democrats. Not to become people who just, I don't want to have nothing to do with you because you said something bad about Trump. Now, I'm not talking about Candace Owens crazy. I'm just talking about if somebody's a different, different political ideology, there's no reason why I couldn't be friends with you at the Miami Dolphins game. Hey, I think Trump sucks. Well, I think you're crazy. Hey, you want a beer? Yeah, have a beer. I went to college with a lot of people that I didn't really like. I played with people I didn't really want to like. We got in a huddle, and we all just, played football. Don't start judging people based upon their political ideology. And unless, of course, it's the crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Hey, you into the Transformer stuff? Can't help you. You into, man-boy love? Nah, we're not there. But if you're a Democrat, hey, I can have a beer with you as long as you're not a flaming nut. So, there's a difference to me in that regard. Real quick, just want to let you guys know about Chapter. Some of you guys have made the call. If you have, fantastic. I hope it worked out for you. For those of you and people like me turning 65 soon, this is important. My Medicare advisors at Chapter are helping people cut through the Medicare mess and save thousands of dollars. I am turning 65 relatively soon. Whew, yeah, it's been a long ride. And I'm getting bombarded with calls and ads, and it's becoming quite overwhelming. On top of that, I didn't know who to trust. I didn't have any experience in this, and most people coming up to this juncture, this exit on the age of life highway, haven't been here before. I don't know what none of this stuff is. No experience whatsoever. There are a lot of scammers and selfish agents out there pushing you into plans that make them more money. Don't like that. All my worries went away when I spoke to my advisors at Chapter. These guys are the real deal. Absolutely. Love how easy it was to work with them. Some of you guys have already called. They start by understanding your needs, not theirs. Then they compare every plan to find the one that saves you the most. On average, they save people up to $1,100 a year. They're totally honest and independent, which can't be said about everyone in Medicare. There are a lot of scammers out there. With one short and free phone call, you can feel confident in your Medicare coverage. There's no pressure, no nonsense, just clear, unbiased guidance, and it's completely free for the fanfare audience. Excuse me. Don't take chances with your health or your wallet. Get your free, no obligation Medicare advice from my friends at Chapter. Call 475-328-3545 today. You won't regret it. In fact, most people wish they'd called Chapter sooner. So make the call, 475-328-3545. All right, so SV has got some breaking news. Let me do the breaking news thing.
Breaking news into the fanfare news feed.
All right, so SV's got some breaking news right now. And what do we have, SV? Breaking. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will file to vacate the Democrat seats if they don't return to vote by the Speaker's Friday deadline. Starting Friday, any rogue lawmakers refusing to return to the House will be held accountable for vacating their office. Wow. Texas House Speaker, however, gave members until Friday, August 8th to return, the rhino that he is. Paxton is not going to... when? Oh, wait, the 8th is... Oh, yeah, the 8th is Friday. I thought that was longer. Wow. Time's flying by. All right, so August 8th. If they're not back, they're in a whole lot of trouble. I am not a lawyer. I wish Ashley get a hold of Ken Paxton, see if he'll come on. But I'd love to find out what the mechanism is. What is the process going to be to vacate elected officials? Ooh, that sounds very, very, very in the weeds there. Can you imagine? These are elected officials, and there's a court process to remove them from their elected offices. Oh, these people are going to go absolutely ballistic. They're going to go crazy if this happens. But I'm all for it. I am all for it. At least make them spend the money to defend it. Vanessa says 2 of them have returned. Very interesting. Let's see. That's too long. The deadline should have been yesterday. It should have been the day they walked out. Let's see here. I did ask Grok, but there's a lot of people who complain about Grok and Grok's woke and all this stuff. I use AI for certain purposes that are, how can I say it, politically agnostic. where I don't want to wade into things, and Grok may be good for the law if you put the right prompt in. Something like, is there any mechanism under which any prosecutor or attorney general can remove an elected official from their office in Texas? That way you're not showing any Republican or left bias. You're just asking a legal question. So I'd like to see that. Too forgiving when it comes to the party that doesn't believe in forgiveness. So you said party. See, that's different. I'm looking at the individual. Because there are a lot of people in certain parties that aren't in for the whole thing. I would assume as an adult you can recognize the difference at this point. I do. I mean, if I go into a furniture store, I'm not going into the furniture store going, hey, you MAGA? No. Hey, tell me about the furniture. Just saying. I don't want to be that person to make you qualify for, let me know. Where do you sit here? Now, how many people do you know are okay with baby removal, but you don't know? You're in a restaurant. You're in a movie theater. You're at a football game. There's no prerequisite for the person putting the food in front of you. Let's see. If those were GOP members, they'd already be in jail for it. You bet. You bet. I thought they were supposed to return today. I did too. Oh, okay. Kathy, I guess she lives in Texas. She says, yes, it's in our Texas Constitution. Then do it. Yes, arrest all of them and get them out of office. Texas threatened the Dems when they did this before, and they did nothing. I think this might be a little bit different. Yeah, a little bit different. All right, so let's continue because I got one more segment I want to cover today before we break. And then we'll get back here at 7:30. Give you time to do a couple things around the house and talk to Robin about some different things we're going to be doing. All right, so I talked to Mike Rulli, and we were talking about, some of the craziness stuff on the left. Curtis Sliwa, Eric Adams, Cuomo, and Zorhan the Great and what's happening in New York. So I don't know if you've been following along with this saga, because if you're not in New York, you probably had no reason to follow this. But Liz Warren, who's from Massachusetts, decided she was going to stick her face in this. Listen to this.
You know why I'm here? I'm here because affordability is the central issue all over this country. And New York City is proof of that. When someone stands up and says, I will lead this city by making it more affordable. And here are my plans, real plans, plans to deliver on childcare, plans to deliver on housing, plans to deliver. We're going to experiment. We're going to try things on groceries. That is the Democratic message. The difference between the two parties is that one party is making it clear they're here for the billionaires, right? Donald Trump and the Republicans in Washington just passed a tax and spend big ugly bill that says we're going to take 17 million Americans off health care so that we can give trillions of dollars in tax giveaways to a...
I wonder if she went on other shows if they would fact check her. Because she can get up there. By the way, does she always look like she's on the verge of tears, or is it just me? She always looks like she's about to just start crying. And of course, Zorhan the Great's just nodding along. This plan he's talking about, what is it? Oh, that's right. You want the government to take over the grocery stores. You just heard from Mike Rulli, whose family owns grocery stores. You're going to go from a bustling grocery business of tens of thousands of SKUs, items, down to this much, and you better get there before everybody else is. There's going to be empty shelves. See, the one thing that I don't understand, and nobody explains it, is if you want government groceries, how is that going to work? How are you going to purchase the groceries? Anybody asking that? Hey, Zorhan, yeah, you want to do this. Where are you getting the money to buy the groceries to stock on the shelves? Huh? Yeah, you're going to tax more. That's what you're saying. We need to tax you more so we can buy groceries because that's not in our budget. We're going to have to tax you to put groceries on the shelves. Everything that they want to do is going to cost New Yorkers more money. And then what they're hoping is that if Donald Trump's not in office, the federal government will subsidize New York. That's the long game plan. Oh, we'll have all the money we need once we get Donald Trump out of office. We just need to get by and strangle you people in New York right now. Affordability is the message. If affordability was what's most important to the Democrats, they wouldn't try to tax the hell out of you every situation, every time that they do. If you want people to have more money in their pocket so they can afford more things, stop taking it from them. That's a very simple way to make things more affordable. Hey, if I didn't pay 30 or 40% of my money to the government, then I'd have more money to spend on stuff. No, that's not what they're talking about. She's talking about the poor peoples. This part of the population. She's not talking about you. You're working, you're retired. No, she wants to take your money and give it to them so they can afford stuff that, you can't afford. These people are devious.
Full of billionaires and billionaire corporations. For me, New York City is the place to start the conversation for Democrats on how affordability is the central issue, the central reason to be a Democrat, and that delivering on it in meaningful, tangible ways that will touch working families is why we're here.
So, Senator, well, then who's the leadership from the Democratic side that you think?
All 47 of us. All 47 of us in the United States. Right. Really?
I don't know if you guys heard what he said. The question was, who's the leader of the Democrat Party in the Senate? She's like, all 47 of us. And the other guy off camera goes, it's not working. How do you respond to that, Liz? Hey, right to your face, a television host says, hey, everything you're doing, it ain't working.
Well, I mean, you're not managing to change anything.
Yeah, we are still in the minority.
Convincing some of your colleagues to think differently.
Actually, I disagree with you. What we're doing is we're driving a single message now. This is why I'm in New York City today, to meet with Zoran Mamdani. And that is, it's all about affordability. Remember, Donald Trump ran for office saying he would lower costs on day one. Cost of groceries are up, cost of housing is up, cost of health care is up.
Remember, you just watched CNBC that fact-checked every statement President Trump made? The guy even said, hold on, we got to fact-check what you're saying. And even the guy who was fact-checking him said, we don't do that with Democrats. She's vomiting on these people on their set at the New York Stock Exchange, and nobody's fact-checking her.
And where is Donald Trump? He's passing a signature bill to throw people off their health care so he can do tax cuts for billionaires. Democrats are the people who say billionaires actually should pay their fair share and that we need to fight.
There's that again. Not one single time has any anchor anywhere said, excuse me, Liz, you guys have been saying this for years. Can you define fair share? We all would like to know when we get to the point where we've paid our fair share. What is the metric? Please tell me so I can actually say the next time you say that, hey, that's not me, I've paid my fair share. Because there's no such thing. It's a unicorn. It's a Democrat talking out of her butt, lying about affordability while telling other people they need to pay their fair share. You can ask your friends, what's fair share? I've been saying this for probably 2 years, even before I had this YouTube channel. I'm like, can somebody tell me what fair share is? Is there a definition? Grok, what's fair share? Hey, anybody, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, you guys talk so much, but you don't say anything. Tell me what a fair share is so I can write it down and know once I get there, according to your definition, I can say, paid it, paid in full. They'll never tell you because it's a unicorn and all it does is allow them to keep saying it. Because nobody who makes over a certain amount is ever going to pay the fair share that they're thinking about.
On affordability for American families, and that's what we're out there fighting for.
You mentioned Mamdani, and you are in New York, sort of speaking on behalf of him to a certain extent. I wonder, though, often we see this, and this is a local election. New York does not operate in a vacuum. It competes with other cities. And so this idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, who, by the way, I would point out, pay roughly 15% of their income right now between city and state, raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high-income taxpayers out of the city, because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York?
She can't answer that. It's like a red hair, I don't know, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, say whatever you want. They can't even address it. Hey, Liz, you understand if you keep going back to the well, eventually the well is going to dry up, or people are going to take their well with them and go to Florida or Texas or wherever. What are you going to do about that? Well, the issue right now is affordability for the poor peoples, because the poor peoples who are going to vote for us. You want to go back to the question? Can you tell me what's fair share? What are you going to do when people go, I've had it. You're not doing it anymore. I'm heading out of here. It's kryptonite to these people.
New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care. What Zoran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees.
See, by the way, if you look at the numbers there, Zoran the Great is at 35%. Cuomo at 22, and Sliwa at 18, that's 40. And then Eric Adams at 12, that's 52%. They are actually beating Zoran. The fact is that these three guys can't get together and say, let's make a coalition to take this dude down. It wouldn't even be a close race if two or three of them just came together and said, hey, we're going to make this, a three-headed monster, whatever. We're going to take down Zoran. He can't win. But as long as they keep trying to fight it out, that's what's going to happen.
with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it?
Oh,
why is that
goodness.
the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone won't build a new headquarters. They go on and on.
You want to have a workable city. You want to have a city that's vibrant. You want to have a city with...
He's trying to tell her the people with money who have the opportunity to flee your insanity are going to flee. And she won't discuss it. All his great plans only work if you're able to tax people in that area to pay more for your insanity. And their tunnel vision is like this, where they don't even want to discuss it. She thinks the money would just stay there. And I can tell you, living here, it's the private jets just keep coming. What do you got here? I mean, it's absolutely insane that they won't even answer the question. What are you going to do when people are already paying 50% of their income in New York, and you're going to tax them some more, and eventually they're going to say, the hell with this, and get out, and she doesn't care. Make it make sense.
Streets are full, where there are things for sale 24 hours a day, then you need people who can live here and work here.
Well, we've got that right now, by the way. I would point out New York is thriving, so now it's doing pretty well, actually.
I'm glad you think they're doing well, because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing. A lot of people are struggling to pay for groceries. And I got to tell you, mamas and daddies who are facing $25,000 a year to pay for childcare.
Those are national issues. I mean, I know they are the local state, but you can't.
New York City.
Yes, but if you deal with them in that way, by what is always your backup, just tax them more, they will leave.
No, the backup is make this city and make this country work for everyone. I get that the Republican point of view is make this.
Liz, it's simple math. Don't get mad. How are you going to pay for it? What are you going to do when people say, F you, we're out? It's a very simple question. How did this woman ever get voted in? How were there enough people who listened to her complete insanity and not say, you don't have an idea what the hell you're talking about? And the guy in CNBC here is like, what don't you understand? You are a crazy woman right now. I'm trying to give you the opportunity on national television to show people you're not bat poop crazy, and all you're doing is showing people you're bat poop crazy.
Country and make every city in this country work better and better for a handful of billionaires and let everybody else eat dirt. But what Mamdani won on in a Democratic primary is he said, I'm going to address affordability. And he didn't win by one vote.
No, he won by a lot. It's very much unclear he has the ability to actually do it, by the way, based on the laws and what the governor has to say and what he would actually have to do.
You know, I love that as the fallback position, and that is he's fighting for the right thing, but maybe the billionaires will have a way to
everybody
block
wants
him.
a more affordable city. There's no doubt about that. The question is how you go.
I actually do have a doubt about that. The
build more
billionaires
housing.
sure want to pay their part on this.
I would just, if that was me, I would cut the interview and go, you guys see this? I'm done. I'm done talking to people like this. They don't want to know. They have no clue. They can't even speak. This is CNBC. Let's talk economics. Let's talk money. You're here, right here. You're sitting in the Wall Street, in the stock exchange. Let's talk reality here. Where are you going to get the money? And stop saying millionaires and billionaires and everybody else eats dirt. I'm not a billionaire. And you can tell by looking at me, I don't eat dirt. So there's a huge line between billionaire and dirt cookies from Haiti. You don't have to be a billionaire not to eat dirt. But she thinks there's nothing in between. Oh, it's millionaires and billionaires or dirt. You don't think there are a lot of middle income, maybe upper income people in the New York area who are living in, a row home, or maybe have 4 or 5 roommates in a step up that are getting by working on Wall Street? I can tell you they are, because my niece is there. But you think there's this huge difference between billionaires and dirt. There's nothing in between. And that's what she wants. Can you imagine? That's the people she wants to talk to. She wants to talk to the people who are eating dirt. And she's convincing these people who are eating dirt because those are the people who probably are eating dirt because they don't have the skill set to not eat dirt. And so she's fighting for the poor people, the people who are eating dirt, while the billionaires can do whatever they want. What about the person making $100,000? What about the person making 150? They're not billionaires. You make 125, 150 in New York, you're barely getting by. That's why you need 2 or 3 roommates. So all of you are making 125, 150, and you can get together and have a decent looking place and actually survive. They're not eating dirt. They're not billionaires, but they're not eating dirt, and you want to take more of their money.
More housing, you do try to make it more affordable, but it is a very difficult thing to do. You know that around the country. This is not an issue that just here in New York, it's everywhere.
But it's not an issue that Eric Adams was fighting for. It's certainly not an issue that Andrew Cuomo
I think the mayor would say they have been trying to focus on building as many new.
Mamdani is the one who said, I will make this a priority. And you know what he said? He said, I'm really going to lean in on childcare. I'm really going to lean in on housing. And I'm even going to try some new things to bring down the cost of groceries.
So it doesn't concern you that
I'm not going to sit around and pretend, it's a federal problem. Let the federal government
fix
this.
You can say all these things, but again, I think many people would disagree to the extent that by raising taxes and making it more onerous for business that create the jobs, that create the revenues on which tax revenues come from, that you'd ultimately be dealing with a smaller pie. He may succeed by driving everybody out. Rents will go down.
That the best way to run city government or national government is to start with the billionaires and say what will work best for you. Vote Republican.
I don't think anybody in New York is talking about doing that.
If you don't, then let's make the city more affordable. Let's make the country more affordable. And the way we do that, let's focus on housing. Let's focus on...
Are we doing the I dream a genie thing here? Or the bewitched thing? Let's make it more affordable. Yes, come on down. You too can have a row house or a townhouse in Manhattan. How? Because we're just going to make it more affordable. In order to make something more affordable, don't the people have to, quote, afford it? See, that's where her whole thing messes up here. Wow, that's a nice house. What's it cost? It's about $1.2 million for this townhouse. Oh, I can't afford it. Oof. So what do you want to do, Liz? We want to make it more affordable. Okay, what do you do? How are you going to make it more affordable? We're going to lower the price to, $400,000. How are you going to do that? I'm listening. How are you going to turn that $1 million townhouse into a $200,000 flat? You must have the wiggle from Bewitched or something. Tell me how that specifically happens. Or even if you were successful at that, even if you were somehow just be able to do the I dream a genie thing and drop it down to 200,000, how's that help the person afford it? You dropped it by 5. It was $1 million. Now you got 200,000. Can you afford a $200,000 house? Nope. Then what do you do if the person who you think you're helping still can't afford to live there? What the hell do you do? The guy who's unfortunately maybe sleeping on a sidewalk isn't tomorrow going to be able to afford even a $100,000 townhouse. So how do you make something more affordable? My entire life, if I want something, I have to earn more to buy what I want. It's a simple concept that even kids learn. Hey, what do you want to eat? Well, I'd like to go get some Chick-fil-A. I only got $15. I guess you're eating a McChicken sandwich then. You can't afford Chick-fil-A. You can't make Chick-fil-A sell you the same price chicken sandwich as McDonald's. By the way, if you ever went to a McDonald's in Manhattan, you ain't getting a $2 chicken sandwich. So tell me, how are you going to help the people who can't afford to live there, live anywhere? Oh, it's communist. You're going to have rent free. Oh, you don't have to pay for rent. It's not a commodity. You're going to decommoditize it. Remember, that's what Zorhan already said. I played that video yesterday. Oh, we're just going to make it government housing. Oh, so you're just going to turn New York into one giant-ass slum. Nobody's pushing these people, but probably because you can't, because they won't answer.
Groceries, let's focus on child care. Donald Trump
These are your
ran.
issues. These are national issues.
Trump
you deal with
ran
that.
For and New York should just say, all we want is the
mayor of New
billionaires
York
pay
should
whatever
focus
you
on
want
delivering
to pay.
the most services to the citizens of the city and make it a point of improving
I'm sorry,
life for them.
your fellow New Yorkers have said he should focus on affordability. This is why they have voted for Mondami, and that's why today I will be here to talk about his plans on child care, why people are talking about his plans. He's going to experiment to try to bring down grocery costs in food deserts. God bless him on that. He's going to try some things. When's the last time you saw America? I'm going to try something.
You think
for
somebody who
families,
has
and he's
absolutely no
going to bring
experience,
down.
33-year-old socialist, is going to succeed as the mayor of New York?
Yes, I
with
do.
no real experience whatsoever in city
I think he's going to do a
government?
lot more for working families than someone like Cuomo, who says, how many billions of dollars can we get into my campaign so that I can try to beat this guy back? Look, this is democracy at work. People want to see someone who's on their side, and that is Zohran Mamdani.
Wow. I live in Boca, and our mayor does a great job by making things, making opportunity. You know, if you want to go and build 600 houses like are happening down the street, there was an old farm that somebody said I needed to get the zoning for so I could build the 600 farms. I already purchased the land, and then they go downtown and say, here's what we're going to build. Okay, you're building 600 more homes. What's that do? That increases the tax basis. Over here, the guy down this side of the street, he's building like 400 new homes. Same thing. It was a nice orange grove. He bought it, and now they're building houses. And they make, zoning things. Hey, you got to have a nice pool here. You got to have enough green space. You got to make it look nice. But that's business. And then, of course, the people, if there was no demand, they wouldn't be building those houses. But they're building those houses because people in New York are saying, we're getting the hell out of here. So if you don't understand opportunity and how to seize opportunity, you're looking at making New York City a giant slum. It's not a bad thing to say some people are going to sweep floors. Some people are going to ride on the back of the garbage truck. Doesn't mean they're less people. Doesn't mean you're better than them. Every time our garbage guys come out, I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning so I can just wave to them. Hey, what's up, bro? They smile. They smile because they're doing a job that they're getting paid for. And then, of course, during Christmas and Thanksgiving, they're getting overtime because there's so much stuff out there. And God forbid we have a hurricane. Oh, man, I bet you they're making triple time cleaning the roads up. Somebody's got to do these jobs. And the Democrats don't think anybody should have to do that. You shouldn't have to be a garbage man. Well, what if that garbage man has made enough over his couple of years where he now buys a house? Oh, no, he don't deserve that. We need to tax him. How do you expect people to climb the ladder if you don't want the ladder even there? Everybody needs to be right here eating dirt. Makes no sense.
Are we running this country for a handful of billionaires, or are we running this country for the American people, for working families? We are focused increasingly on affordability.
So someone told her, this is our new buzzword. We're going to keep saying affordability without ever saying the only way you can increase affordability if people can afford what you're making more affordable. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whatsoever. I would love to be on the Intercoastal with like a 70-foot yacht. I can't afford it. I cannot go up there. Hey, man, how much for that? That's about a $20 million boat. What'd you say? $20 million? You put that on layaway or something? I drive up and down the street all the time, right by the Intercoastal, and there's not one $20 million boat. There's all kinds of $20 million boats. Doesn't make me think I want to storm their castle, their big houses, or just jump on their boat and go, I should have this. No, what it makes me do is like, you know what? You got a whole bunch of videos to make, bro. And you got to go buy some houses and sell some houses, because if Robin wants that boat, which ain't ever going to happen unless they hit the lottery, but maybe this boat. That's how Americans think. I can't do that. That's out the cards. I'm not going to have the 70-foot, 170-foot boat. But maybe we can do the 40-foot boat. Can we do that? Yeah, okay, that's doable. That thing, that ain't ever gonna happen. I'm 64 years old. Those days are gone. Maybe my grandson can sign an NFL contract and buy one of those boats for me. But other than that, you can't make that yacht more affordable. I don't have the money. So how are you going to get these people in New York who don't have the money to do anything that you're talking about? It just isn't again, it's not magic.
Promised on day one that he was going to lower costs for Americans, and what has he done? The cost of groceries is up, the cost of utilities is up, the cost of health care is up, the cost of housing is up, and the Republicans now have their big signature achievement under Donald Trump's direction, and that is every single Republican in Congress voted to cut health care for 17 million Americans and give trillions of dollars in tax breaks to a handful of billionaires, billionaire corporations, and some extra leftover for the millionaires.
Even Joe's sitting there going, I got to put this woman on television? Seriously? She's buffoon. She's an absolute buffoon. And he's got to sit there and listen to this. They don't have a strategy. There's nothing. They have nothing moving forward. This means nothing to anybody. Every single person watching this is like, that's one of your senators. That's a senator in the United States Senate, and she's bonkers.
I think that's the part we've just got to use as the tip on the spear and talk about it over and over and over. If you think this country should be run for the billionaires, go with the Republicans, because they've laid it out. If you think it ought to be run for everybody else, that's where the Democrats are.
Mark,
how many of you have ever known a billionaire? Because the Democrats make it sound like they have four heads and snakes coming out of their ears. Now, there's some crazy ones you see on television, like Mark Cuban. He's nuts. And some of those people, absolute crazy. But there are some people who are billionaires who aren't crazy like that. I've actually met a number of them. I used to work for one. He kind of crazy, but he ain't that kind of crazy. They vilify these people when we should be aspiring. Hey, man, how did you do that? How did you get that done? To this day, my ex-boss, I mentioned him here a couple of times, who's a billionaire, I pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, I have an idea. What do you think about this? Oh, Barry, that's stupid. Okay, I'm done. Barry, that sounds like good. What are you talking here? Being able to bounce things off of these billionaires has value. The value of my Rolodex allows me to do certain things other people can't do. And that's because there are billionaires who are willing to help you. I would never just take an entire class of people and go, they're all scumbags. Every single billionaire out there is a scumbag. But that's what she's doing. She's trying to vilify them all because they've been successful. And it takes away from the kids who are growing up these days, and you see someone who's made it to this level. Remember the old joke from, who said it? I don't know if it was Dave Chappelle when he said, Shaq is rich. The guy who pays Shaq, he's wealthy. There's always Chris Rock said it. Chris Rock, that's his joke. There's always a bigger gun. And every single person that has acquired or aspired to be something different. When Magic Johnson was in high school, I'm sure Magic Johnson said, I want to play basketball and hopefully I can make some money. Then Magic Johnson goes and starts making some money. Actually, he was in college first. Then he starts winning championships. Then he just makes more money. And he keeps going. And then he thinks, well, I'd like to own that. Well, here, you're going to be able to buy that. Well, you know, one day, maybe I could buy a basketball team. Okay, well, you got to keep doing stuff. Now he was part owner of the Lakers. Michael Jordan was part owner of the Charlotte Hornets. Joe Gibbs was part owner of the Redskins. And then he also owned a NASCAR team. How do you expect to get there if you're telling everybody who's already there, you're scum? Instead of saying, hey, maybe I should get with these people and say, do you have an idea how we can fix things in New York to make it a place where more people can afford to do things? And they won't do that because the answer isn't what they want to hear. Well, you better get your ass to work. I could tell you a story. I'm not going to wait the whole time here, but one of the stories that my ex-boss used to tell all the time, and he would give his TED Talks or everything about, hey, so how did you get this? How did you get that? And one of the first things he would do, he would click the little clicker, click, and on the screen behind him, he would show his first office. He still today uses that slide. This is my first office. It was a little dumpy office inside of a strip mall where the dumpster was parked next to his parking space. And he goes, that's why I'm here. And I knew it was true because I worked for him. And he goes, that's why I'm here. I am here because my office used to be that place. It's still there. You could still drive by. He would tell people the address. Go drive by. That's my old office. That's where I started. That's where I began. It's an amazing story when you listen to it. And I'm like, wow, okay, so then what happened? And the moral of the story is he got into doing, working with car dealerships and advertising and marketing. And he had signed a big contract, and his contract was up for renewal, and he got fired, and they canceled the contract with his agency. He told his wife, I'm packing my bags. I am going on a road trip for about 2 or 3 months, and I'm not coming back until I have X amount of dollars signed. So I don't know when I'm coming back. I will contact you every night, but until I get enough contracts, I'm not coming back. And damn if he didn't ride around the country, true story, drive around the country and talk to owners of dealerships. Hey, would you like me to do your advertising, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and he went to something like 600 dealerships across the country, drove himself, and got a whole bunch of contracts, came home, and started his new advertising agency. Absolute true story. Didn't have that kind of money. He got it now. So when she talks about millionaires and billionaires, unless you've been around a billionaire and you know the story behind them, it's not like the tooth fairy came and dropped a couple billion. As much as Mark Cuban is a complete brain fart idiot that nobody here probably likes Mark Cuban, do you know his story? Because there's always a story. Mark Cuban was in his basement and doing some stuff, and he came up with an idea where people could do live streaming and put songs and blah, blah, blah. And he started, I believe the name of the company was broadcast.com. And then one thing led to another, and then all of a sudden, Mark Cuban is a billionaire. Damon, the guy on Shark Tank, Damon, he used to sell t-shirts out of the back of his car. Took off, FUBU, for us, by us, billionaire. And then you diversify. How do you think it happens, Liz, if you don't aspire to understand the mindset of people who have come before and are successful at it? You're going to stay eating dirt. Your entire mentality will doom the people you're hoping to help. If you're telling people those people suck and they're the reason for all the problems you have, and they believe it, they are going to keep eating dirt, which is probably why they keep voting for you. However, if you said, hey, listen, hey, Mark Cuban and Damon and this person, Kevin, Mr. Wonderful, could you come in and talk to some of these kids who don't have their heads on straight and tell them what they could possibly do? Wouldn't that be different than always trying to vilify billionaires? Yeah, there's some trust fund babies. I've met them. There's some people who've had old family money. Those are few and far between. Almost every other one who wasn't gifted the money has busted their ass. You can go back and look at the story of Rush Limbaugh and how he got to be on like 1,000 stations across the country. Hannity, all these guys. There's a reason they got to where they are. And it just completely is not what Democrats try to tell you.
Let me start with you. You know, your thoughts on this appearance by Senator Warren today alongside him and the embrace that he is getting more and more, and even among some Staten Island Jewish voters who are speaking out now in favor of Mamdani. Where's this going?
Well, look, I think you see the Democratic left closing ranks around Mamdani, and I think that's pretty clear. And, you know, he's been elevated on social media, so he's becoming a leader within the Democratic Party. And I think that's what the left really wants to do. I mean, look, I spent a lot of time trying to move the party to the center and did successfully do that. And it won a lot of elections that way. And so what you see here is probably the opposite direction. The Democratic Party is getting the lowest ratings that it has ever gotten in the history of the party since I know it. And that's going to continue if this is the trend.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, what does it say to you? Just staying with you for a moment here. Many Jewish voters back Mamdani. Many of them agree with him on Gaza. That's in the New York Times today. And as you say, you've been, you know, like sort of thrusting your fists against everything, going, stop this. We got to get more to the middle if you want to win elections. How do you feel about that personally?
I wouldn't rate one of these articles that you see in the New York Times to be true. I don't think he's going to get a very high proportion of the Jewish vote. Maybe he'll get 25%. Part of it is who is going to be the opposition. I think as I've written, as a practical matter, Andrew Cuomo is the only one who could beat him if this race gets cleared and if Republican voters, I think, come over to that. But I wouldn't count on the person who won't disavow the Intifada getting a lot of Jewish votes, no matter what the New York Times says.
Julian, left.
Intifada. There's no words. No words for how bad this is in New York. And the problem is it's spreading. It's absolutely spreading. It should be the death bell. The bell should toll for the Democrats even pushing this kind of stuff. But it's because we have a population that is so crazy from what Obama have done. That's why I really feel we're in a civil war, because these people can't exist in a real society anymore. Can't happen.
It's never going to be enough left for them. They are insatiable.
Well, it's a suicide march, Harris. You know, I remember a day when Democrats insisted that the Republican Party sever ties with David Duke because of his association with the Klan. Well, now the Democrats, large parts of the Democratic Party and the left are associated with a terrorist Nazi movement masquerading as a liberation movement. And it's largely because the leadership doesn't have the spine to stand up and say, this is wrong. They just don't have the moral clarity. You know, the word Nazi, which we've heard a lot of, Harris, means the National Socialist Party, the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany in the 1930s. The socialist movement has had a long history of anti-Semitism, and either these useful idiots who are demanding, you know, and sort of parroting the language, the rhetoric of Hamas, either don't understand the issue, or they are, in many cases, funded by foreign sources, and it is taking the party to a very dangerous place where I think it is, you know, it could mean the death of the party.
I think that
only if we're lucky. Only if we're lucky. Because most of these kids, and they are kids for the most part, don't understand what Nazi actually means. As he just explained, that's a Democrat guy. A guy who used to be like, hey, I'm a Democrat, but I don't know what the hell you people are. You people are basically the Nazis, and you don't even realize it. Listen to this woman right here, or actually, young girl.
Politicians should be adopting socialism. I think that it's really important to be class conscious and like remove ourselves from this like neoliberal idea of it's okay to like do capitalism and exploit like workers.
Makes me want to puke, Stuart. That's how I feel about that.
Seeing people like Darhan Mamdani, AOC just gaining so much more footing and so much more recognition in the policy field is very empowering.
Listen, these are college kids. They've never probably had a job in their lives. They've grown up probably coddled, reading books about how the world is, but they've never been in the real world. I don't like any government where it disincentivizes initiative, working hard, and that's what socialism does. Like, I'm all for, taking care of people and trying to give back, but you know what entrepreneurs do? They create jobs, they create livings, they create wages. I just fundamentally look at the world. Socialism doesn't work. Like, there's plenty of examples of it. And I just fundamentally have a hard time with a 19 or a 20-year-old who's never had a day. And I know you can resonate with this. You got a lot of mileage on those tires, Stuart. I just can't have somebody who's been alive for 5 seconds lecturing me on the ways of the world. I can't do it.
That piece that I got from Dave Portnoy says everything. And that's what the problem is at this point. These kids have been indoctrinated thinking this is how things are. And that everybody who's accomplished something is bad. That they took advantage of somebody else in order to get what they have. Which is a complete falsehood. Are there people out there who have stepped on people? Sure. Are there people out there who have done bad things to get where they are? Absolutely. What percentage of those people, though? And the Democrats right now are taking that big giant brush and saying everybody who's successful is bad. You're the good ones. You can't get ahead. There used to be a time when I was in school, if I could go to the grocery store and get some new Kraft macaroni and cheese, it was a good night. Oh, we're going to eat tonight. I just got paid for my bouncing job. Let's go get some soda and some hot dogs and some Kraft macaroni and cheese, and we're good. But at the same time, you think, I don't want to do this the rest of my life. I want to be better. I want to do things that, help me buy at that point I was eating red meat, the steak. We've taken aspiration away from kids. We've taken the ability for them to say, you know what? I want a Cybertruck. You know what? I want to live in that big house. You know what? I want to fly over to, if you want to go to France now. There's no aspiration. It's a completely defeated segment of society. They don't want to get married. They don't want to have kids. They don't want to do anything that's going to take them to the next level. So they don't want to buy a house. They don't even want to have sex. What has happened in such a short period of time? They're just walking zombies. We were all taught when we were growing up, hey, listen, find a woman, find a man, get together, get married, get a good job, then get married, buy a house, have babies. That was the roadmap. And now it's like, don't want to work. They're making me work too hard. I don't need a house. I don't need a girlfriend. I got my videos, so I can just do that. I don't need babies. And she's talking about affordability. Well, you know what makes things affordable for you? When you look down and see a kid, and you look over there and see the wife, and they look at you like, hungry? Oh, I better get your ass out there and do something. It's cold. Better get out there so you can get some oil in the furnace if you lived up north. Those are the things that make you want to do more. You never want to look at your child or your wife or even your dog looking at you, man. You one sorry-ass Negro. I need something to eat, man. I'd work if I could, but I'm a dog. Even your dog depends on you to do something better. Be more successful. Midas got sick yesterday. We had to take him to the doctor, and the doctor gave me the bill. I'm like, this is for a dog, you know. It's a dog. But at the same time, that's my boy. That's my boy, and I had to pay the bill for Midas at the vet because that's what we do. That's what we're taught to do. These kids don't have it. And I don't want Elizabeth Warren being the one, or Zorhan the Great telling these kids that this is what they should, you know, that's the life you should lead. By the way, wasn't it funny that the girl talking about how capitalism sucks had big gold earrings on? Made no sense. Now, I want to show you something. SV, I'm going to go and do super chats, but if this is true, this could be simply amazing. I'm trying to verify it. SV, while I read this, see if you can verify this with any other sources, because I don't know this woman, but this could be. Tulsi Gabbard has revoked the security clearances of Kamala, Hillary, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and that's just the beginning. She also pulled clearances from Brennan, Clapper, Rice, Sullivan, Newland, Swalwell, Strzok, Lisa Page. I don't know if this is true. It just popped up. But I think we need to dig into that, SV, and find out, did that actually happen? Because, oh my goodness, if that happened, oh my. That would be absolutely crazy, stunningly crazy. I don't even know what people would do if that were to happen, if that were true. All right, before I get out of here, I want to tell you guys about Patriot Addict. Why is this not here? Okay, boom. Click there. All right. You guys know I'm talking about Patriot Addict all the time, but I'm clicking the button and nothing's happening. Hold on. I hate when this happens. Wait a second here. Oh, hopefully the stream's still going, because yeah, it's still going. Sometimes I have these problems on Rumble. Let me see if it works this time. Waiting. All right, so it's working. Don't know what just happened. Had to do some refreshing just to make sure it showed up. But a lot of you guys have been asking about the Berry Pack, which, from what I understand, Ashley looked it up today, they do have a link now called theberrypack.com. Berrypack.com. This new pack that I've been telling you guys about for the last couple of days is simply amazing. Simply amazing. So let me do my quick change here. Let me get in wardrobe. All right, so this hat's a little bit too small for my head. That's why I don't wear it. There are a number of things in the Berry Pack, and I wanted to show you guys all these different things in the Berry Pack. This hat, Trump 4547, it's in the Berry Pack. Many of you have seen and have talked to people in chat where you can get the Trump red knife. That's in the Berry Pack. Now we also have the Trump signature knife, which is in the Berry Pack. It says 4547 on it. It's basically the same construction, same type of knife, but instead it looks like this. And when you open it, it's got a stencil of Donald Trump's, let me see if there it is in the light, Donald Trump's name on it. Still heavy, and this knife is actually even sharper than the red knife, in my opinion. Still has the window breaker and also the seatbelt cutter as well. So you're keeping score at home. You get the hat. You get both knives, both of them. All right, so you get two knives. Let's see what else is in this pack. You get what do we got here? What's this? Who's texting me? All right, you get the Trump flag. It's awesome, pretty big flag. So you keep in track. You get the hat, you get the flag, you get two knives. All right, let's keep going. You also get the Trump blanket, which is going to be a staple at the stadium during football games. The Donald Trump signature blanket. All right, so you're following along. Hat, blanket, flag, two knives, and you can't see it right now. I didn't have it next to me, But back there is the replica of Trump Force One. And it's right there. You get all this stuff. Again, the hat, 2 knives, flag, blanket, Trump Force One replica by itself is like $250. So you get all this stuff. Normally, individually, you'd buy them for like $500. You can get these all together by clicking on the QR code right there and going to berrypack.com for under $100. So, if you guys have been here this long and you've stayed for the show, that's your bonus. It's just for the Fanfare family. You can get all of this stuff for under $100. You can actually go in with it on somebody else and do it together. All right, so that being said, let me go ahead and do super chats and work to get out of here later. All right. Somebody said go get on the airplane. I can't get on that airplane, man. Okay, hold on. Super chat. SB did text me and say that was not verified. So I'm glad I didn't push it too hard. You never know these people on X, man. They'll just post anything for engagement. Literally anything. I don't know why. Makes me ill when people just do kinds of stuff like that. Hold on. Making the window fit. Okay, what do we got here? Alright, so here we go. KRO, thank you. Oh, Ben Dykes. Ben, watching at work. Okay, thank you, Ben. Judy Branch, always love your show. God bless. Thank you. Ezekiel Simeonabram. Okay. Bought a pair of DJT speakers. I never received them. No tracking number now. I'm getting runaround. If you're getting a runaround, then you should have done that a long time ago. You don't have to pay for a super chat. You can just send us an email. How about that? And I would get in touch with them for you. I have done that, by the way, not just for Ezekiel, but for other people. And many people have emailed me and said, hey, I can't get my stuff. BLS, who's been here, he couldn't get his stuff. If you need something, some help, just hook us up. Hit us up with an email. And I'm sure the mods can put the email in the chat. Fazul, the gravy train is over as their heads implode. Big Pat, money. Absolutely. James Kipp, economists are operating under old economy rules. Absolutely. And remember, some of those rules that they worked under, they wrote. Anna Maria Kelly, Barry, maybe Laura Trump could help you get an interview with Don Jr. or Eric. Yeah, Ashley, she's talked to Laura. We've had Laura on the show, so that might be a way we can go. I'd love to talk to Eric first because all the things he's doing with crypto and all the business. Nikki P, looking back after election, MSM kept asking Trump, now that he won, if he would finally concede the 2020 election. He never did. I can't read the name there, but Trump's mine, all mine. CR, it's his official president picture, like his mugshot, just like his mugshot. Okay, thank you. NATO, they do whatever I want, the boss. Yeah, they give me the money. Brian Newland, Mike DeWine allowed NFS Railroad to burn tankers that derailed in East Palestine while Onyx was on site. No one would let them talk. This was bad. I remember that. I remember when that happened. And it kind of just went away from the news. Brian again, the tanker cars in East Palestine, Ohio should have never been set on fire. Bad situation. Was rushed by DeWine. I agree. Fazul, their plan, we pay for everything. Exactly. And if you know anybody who can define fair share, please let me know. Matt Quintel, instead of tariff dividend checks, cut taxes for us. Makes sense for me. I don't need a dividend, just make it easier. Ruth McCurdy, you lost weight, got very and look radiant. Okay, so let you know. Okay, sometimes when like the brakes are running and they're when I put the music on, sometimes I get up and walk around in here, and also I got my bands, baby. Told you, got to get the gun show. Got to do it. Some people think, Barry's just saying this stuff. I'm like, nope, I'm actually doing it during the breaks. Got it here, doing what I need to do. get some extra reps in. Got to do it, man. I want to be around for my grandkids. I want to make sure everything's worked. Got all my supplements sitting right here. Got to do it. Thank you for noticing. Makes me feel good. Thank you. My wife tells me to. Let's see. Danielle, Barry, I'm going to try something new. Would you suggest Robinhood or SoFi for crypto and stocks? Robinhood, some people like. I am partial to River. Try River. You might like River. Might be a little bit better. Captain Danny, the Trump segment interview was epic. I was rolling on the floor. Where did I not show Danny's? Yeah, I was rolling on the floor. Yeah, he ripped up CNBC. Completely ripped them apart. All right, everybody. That's the early show. Wow, I didn't know it was going to last this long. Wait a second. Let me see something. I knew President Trump was supposed to sign something at 4 p.m. Let me see if it's on. Nope, it's not on. So what I'll probably do is I'll tape it. Let me just check one other thing real quick. See if we're going to get a live feed, because you never know with the executive orders. Sometimes they're very, very quick, and they don't. Well, looks like we're going to have a feed. All right, so not sure what time he's coming on. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play some music, and I already did the super chats, but let me get the feed ready in case he indeed comes on. Well, he's coming on, but let me just be ready for it. All right, so let me put on the rock music. Keep you guys awake for a bit. I will be right back. Let me go ahead and get the feed ready. All right, so we've got President Trump on deck here. Remember, if you were here at the early part of our show, he talked about today's executive order that he's going to be signing. I gotta have to fix that. The executive order that he was going to be signing was about. Hold on, that looks bad. Hold on, I gotta fix that. So I'm going to talk while I do this at the same time. The executive order today supposedly is about the banks. and the banks that try to, debank people, conservatives, MAGA people, all that kind of stuff. So it looks like that's what he's going to be talking about today. I think it's just one executive order. Not really sure how that's going to be. You know what? I'm going to have to put that other music back on while I fix this. But you won't miss it. I'll come right back on because I could always go full screen. And you know what? Let me put the music back on. Be right back. Be right back. All right, so we're waiting for President Trump to come on so he can sign the executive orders. And right now, we are just waiting for him. So while we're waiting, let's go ahead and take some comments. I got everything set. He's about to come on. Barry, I love the music. However, I don't know why, but it comes in super loud. That might be the cut. I can work on that. What's the name of the chatter who's a cop that Barry brings up often? That would be Maximus. You guys see Maximus all the time. He's often in here if he's not working or something. I hope he still comes around, but he's the cop. Trump is so busy and Dem's lazy as hell. Yeah, he just keeps working. He just keeps working, which is, we are lucky to have somebody like that. Haven't seen Rubio. Rubio, I'm not sure what he's been doing. I know they had a State Department press conference earlier, so that went well. Barry's putting in OT today. Yeah, figure if he's going to be on, we can go ahead and cover it. We can definitely cover it. Let's see here. An actual signing instead of an auto pen. Yes, an actual person. All right, so waiting for President Trump to come out. There is that was pretty interesting. He was out there walking around on the roof earlier today, taking measurements and things of that nature. Let's see here. Yep, that would be Maximus. What else we got here? What was Trump doing on the roof of the White House? He said that he was doing some inspecting, some work that was being done up there. And you can't take the developer away from him. He wants to be out there. He's going to continue to stay involved in doing different things. And that's just what he does. He's out there. Let me check to see if there's anything happening from earlier we could be talking about. Oh, somebody just asked about Marco Rubio. So actually Marco Rubio is doing something. There's a news piece here. I'm going to download it and we can listen to this while Trump is coming out. This is actually pretty big. So maybe you didn't see Marco Rubio, but he obviously was indeed working. This is a big one. I think SV had sent this to me as well. So listen to this, okay? Let's listen to what he's doing here. All right.
Is prepping to launch a program that would require some travelers from all around the world to pay up to $15,000 just to enter the U.S. The policy is aimed at cracking down on countries with high visa overstay rates. Joining me now to talk about this is Jonathan Fahey. He's former acting ICE director and former DHS deputy assistant secretary. Jonathan, as always, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
So this is essentially a bond program. What they're talking about doing is if somebody comes into the U.S. on a visa, they put down up to $15,000, and then if they leave the country when they're supposed to, according to that visa, they get the money back. What do you think about this idea?
This is a great program for a couple of reasons. The first of all, about 40 to 50% of the illegal aliens in this country are people that overstayed their visas. And there are certain countries that have very high visa overstay rates. So this program is to address those particular countries. The other part of it is also a national security and a public safety issue, because certain countries don't do a very good job vetting people for visas or doing other things to cooperate with us on national security and border security. So this will encourage their compliance. It will also discourage people from trying to remain in the country, gaming the system like many of them were doing during the Biden administration. Just once they came in on a visa, basically essentially became de facto citizens because the Biden administration had no interest in deporting virtually anybody. So all of these are good reasons to do this. And remember, this doesn't apply to a lot of countries. 41 countries are what's called the visa waiver program, which means you just simply have to have a passport. So if you're one of those countries, it doesn't affect you whatsoever.
And the State Department actually just talked about this a few moments ago. Take a listen to Tammy Bruce. We'll get your thoughts on the other side.
Beginning August 20th, nationals of Malawi and Zambia applying for B1, B2 business and tourist visas will be required to post a bond of up to $15,000. This targeted common sense measure reinforces the administration's commitment to U.S. immigration law while deterring visa overstays.
Jonathan, looking at the bigger picture here with countries all around the world, is there any worry that this could maybe depress tourism and some of the revenue that comes with it if people say, hey, I don't want to have to put up thousands of dollars just to enter the U.S.?
Yeah, that's one of the criticisms of this program is it will depress tourism, discourage people, because if they have to come up with $15K just to go in, a lot of people don't have that. But what the Trump administration is doing, and what they've been doing entirely during the entire administration, is they're always putting public safety and national security first. So they'd rather take that risk and have public safety and national security and prevent illegal immigration over maybe a small tourism dent.
Yeah, well, something's got to change because, to your point, a huge amount of the illegal immigrants in this country are visa overstays. Fiscal year 2023 alone, more than 560,000 of them. So that's got to get cracked down on. Jonathan Fahey, great to see you.
All right, so we're going to have Democrats complaining about that for sure. They may end up complaining about this one too. I got another one here I want to show you. Somebody found. Okay, let me actually read you the tweet here, because this is pretty interesting, from Next News Network. Next News Network says this: I saw the security manifest with my own eyes at the Q Center. Interesting. Jasmine Crockett, Al Green, and the rest of the Democrats are listed. The guard confirmed it. They're hiding inside. No more rumors. This is real. So somebody found out where the Democrats are hiding. Let's go ahead and listen to this.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Gary Franchi, and I'm here for an interview with Al Green. I'm with the N3 Media. I'm White House correspondent. I have an interview.
Interview with whom?
Representative Al Green, who's here.
Al Green?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Gary.
Gary, and you are here for?
For an interview with Representative Al Green, one of the Democrats who are here right now.
Okay. Your full name is?
Gary Franchi, Next News Network.
Yes, please, you have his name?
Al Green?
No, you said Gary Franchi.
Gary Franchi, yes.
Yeah. I don't see your name.
Do you see Representative Green? Or Jasmine Crockett? Representative Crockett?
No, I want to see your name.
Oh, Gary Franchi. Gary, G-A-R-Y-F-R. Yeah. Did you were you able to get a hold of the the Representative Crockett or anyone?
Yeah, you please. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Okay.
Because I'm just confirming.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. You may not be able to. We will not be able to allow.
Oh, no. The interview. No interview.
Yeah, no interview. So you may like to.
I could turn around, but did you see that Jasmine Crockett though? I'm supposed to interview.
Yeah. Okay. No. He is. We are sorry. We will not be able to allow you to go inside.
Okay.
So you can make a U-turn.
Okay. I mean, I saw her on the list.
I know. You have a list and we know the list. But Gary Frenchie.
Yes, sir.
You may not be allowed to go.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I'll turn around.
Please make a U-turn. Thank you.
Well, that was that. But I did see the list in the security manifest, and yes, it is confirmed 100%. They are on site here today.
Oh man, in this day of independent journalists, it's pretty cool that they're out there running around trying to locate these people, and hopefully he can report back to Ken Paxton as to where these people actually are. That's pretty cool. All right, so we're still waiting for President Trump to come out, as you can see on the screen. So I'm going to let the comments, boom, I'm going to let the comments roll while we're waiting. Actually, I'll let it roll while he's talking if people don't have an issue with it. He has not come out as of yet. What else we got here? All right, so let me look around, see what else I could dig up out here in the wild west as these people are posting. Oh, so one of these. Let me see if I can pull this down. Another Democrat here complaining to Don Lemon. This is going to be kind of interesting. You might like this one. Oh God, these people they're desperate. They're completely desperate at this point. Oh man, this is crazy. And Don Lemon should know better. These people are nothing but liars.
And then integration happened and everybody thought they accept us. They don't accept us. They are showing us who they are. We should believe them. And we better have the courage to stand up. Otherwise, we will fall for anything. And in this country, we will be defeated, deported. I mean, we will lose all of our rights. And if you think it can't happen, it can. And I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent. Or good people didn't realize that what happens to them can very soon happen to me or somebody I love. And so even if you made it, man, you have an obligation to help people who can't, because God forbid they end up targeting you and your family.
How offensive is that? That woman just compared what they're going through with the Holocaust. Hold on, SB's got something for me. Oh, Ashley, actually. Yep, Ashley, what is that? I can't put that on screen because YouTube would just completely freak out. It's talking about people getting beat up, but, certain... If this was Rumble, I could probably put this up without there being any issue whatsoever, but they're showing a young white kid who got beat up by a bunch of other people from someplace else. I also have the video here while we're waiting of President Trump up on the roof. Oh gosh, this is too funny. This is way too funny. Let's listen to this.
Sir, why are you on the roof?
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
What are you looking at?
Talk to us.
How does the new Rose Garden look?
With the bar open, who's on the other side? Are you considering more renovating, sir? Hello, Peter. You're looking good, Peter. Are you
when he's up there walking around on the roof. All right, so I've got some information from Ken Paxton as we wait for President Trump. I'm just making sure that he hasn't walked out or anything. Nope, as of not yet. What I find interesting, I think he's signing this order in that room where Joe Biden used to, the fake set. Look, I think that's where he's going to be signing the order. Oh, that's too funny. That's just too funny. Whew. Anyway, all right. So let me bring up. What did I just do? All right. This is what I wanted to show you. All right. As I keep watching the screen. All right. Breaking. I will seek judicial orders declaring that runaway Democrats who failed to appear by the Speaker's deadline have vacated their office. This is from 2:34 p.m. And it says, the people of Texas elected lawmakers, not jet-setting runaways looking for headlines. If you don't show up to work, you get fired. And it says here in a small print, let me read this. Attorney General Ken Paxton will seek judicial orders declaring that runaway Democrats who abandoned legislative duties vacated their office. Not sure how they're going, under what statute that's going to happen, but it's real. He is going to be going after these people and making them show up for work, which is, can't believe you gotta make sure you get someone to show up for work when they're supposed to. All right, so President Trump, per usual, was supposed to come out at 4 o'clock. Uh-oh, what's this? 4 o'clock, but he's 20 minutes late. I got a text coming in from Ashley. What do we got here? Ooh, she scored big time. So we have a Texas representative, Brian Harrison. If you guys haven't followed Brian Harrison, let me see if I could pull up his profile. He's been on CNN and a couple other shows talking about what's going on with the nuts from Texas. And so we're going to have firsthand conversation from somebody. Here, this guy right here. Is that his official one? I'm not sure which one's his official one. He's got two. Not sure which one it is. All right, so let's think. Hopefully this is the right one. Brian Harrison, Texas State Rep, HD 10, Houston District, native Texan, Aggie. What do we got here? Trump just posted what? You two are killing me. Anyway, all right, so we're going to have Brian Harrison on the show tomorrow, which is awesome in its own right. And then SV wants me to check something over here. Says that President Trump just posted something. You don't have to be posting. How about he just come out and, okay, who? Okay. So he just posted what Ashley was going to send me, or actually what Ashley sent me. So I can't show you the picture because YouTube doesn't like these types of pictures, but I will show you what President Trump has said. As of yet, he hasn't come out. All right, so President Trump just posted this. Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens. At the same time, they know they will be almost immediately released. They are not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them. But it's going to happen now. The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim, and I can't show you the whole picture because that's how bad it is. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans, and importantly for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get their act together quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city. Federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run, and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago. Then this incredible young man and so many others would not have had to go through the horrors of violent crime that they're going through. If this continues, I am going to exert my federal powers and federalize this city. Make America great again. Wow, wow, wow. And it's a heartbreaking picture. The young man is sitting on the ground and he's absolutely covered in blood. His shirt's off. His face is messed up. He obviously got a big beat down. How are they going to make it? He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to take over. Let's see here. Let's see what. Wow, that was awful. Absolutely awful. All right, get him, President Trump. Martial law. Something's coming. Something big is happening. You have to realize at this point, as you're seeing all this stuff unfold, Washington D.C. he may take over control. Ken Paxton, Democrats might get arrested. Hopefully, get arrested. They're not taking any more crap from these people. Nobody's going to take any more crap from these people. They're going to have to exist in their own little hovels. They're communist areas. All podcasters should report the censorship that YouTube is still doing. Yeah, there was nothing wrong with that picture, but I know if I showed it, they would be pissed off. You can't show stuff like that. It might hurt somebody's feelings. You should have curfews too. Lock it down. Lock it down. He's probably prepping our military for it and has been. Yeah. D.C. is already federalized by the Dems, so just change it. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what Trump is doing right now, what he's doing, what is taking so long. But let's see. What can I go to that might burn some time here? For these matters, I have interviews already in the can, but I don't want to start an interview that and then get away from it. So let me just see. The gloves are off. Bringing it. Absolutely. Let me just check over here to see if there's anything new. By the way, if we're going to do some videos later on tonight, provided he's on before like 8 o'clock tonight, we'll do something. But if you'd like to submit a video, please go to. I got to take the comment off so you can see the link. Hold on 1 second. Go to fanfareshop.org, submit video, and you'd be able to submit a video that we can play on the show. The post that President Trump just put up is everywhere. People are posting it all over the place, so people know that they're not going to get away with this stuff anymore. Looks like somebody found the actual that same guy who was driving the. Ooh. All right, so this is the second time now. The second time in 2 days. When you hear this video, understand you heard Kathy Hochul say it yesterday. It's not by accident that they're saying this kind of stuff. Oh man, this is not good. This is not good for our country. This is not good for people to have to deal with. All right, here we go. 1 second. Let me bring this in.
Trump ignores, well, his oath of office and theirs, and when they're taking it upon themselves to thwart the will of the American people, well, they say, when Donald Trump calls, they say, yes, sir, right away, sir, happy to lick your boot, sir. When Donald Trump says jump, Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton say, how high? They don't care that they're violating the Voting Rights Act and racially gerrymandering their state. Well, they're hoping they can rob the bank and get away before anyone notices. Texas Republicans are trying to diminish the voting power of their own constituents, and in doing so, diminish the rights of Illinoisans and all Americans. Texas House Democrats are putting their lives on hold and their livelihoods at risk because they don't want to live in a country where the president rigs elections for his side.
What's happening in Texas is invidious discrimination. It is. I smell it. I know it when I hear it. And we have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to stand
Somebody
up.
Posted a video. It's got no volume to it. Hold on. Yeah, it's got no volume to it. Huh. Yeah, sometimes that's what happens when I pull down the live video. I mean, videos live is because I can't see exactly if it's going to have the tape associated with it, but that one did. I'm looking for stuff that we can bring in while we're waiting for President Trump to come on. talk to you about looking around. And let me. What's this? Okay, we can play this. This is Scott Bessent talking about. All right, hold on.
To be clear, I am calling for an internal review, and I think that this could be Jay Powell's legacy, that the Fed, since the great financial crisis, has had what I call gain-of-function monetary policy, and the expenses have gone up a lot. The Federal Reserve Board expenses since 2004 are up 4x. I can tell you, at Treasury, we've cut our expenses about 17% last year. So I think that this is a chance the Fed does a regular review of their monetary policy framework. I think that this is a good opportunity for Chair Powell's legacy to do an internal review of all the Fed's operations away from the monetary policy function.
Well, I mean, look, Bill, yep. Go ahead,
I was going to say, the monetary policy is. We should keep that off to the side. That should be, kind of like in a jewel box and protected. But everything else that the Fed has done over the years has just grown and grown and grown. And this is what happens when you don't have oversight. They aren't subject to appropriations. They either use the money they make. Right now, they're losing about $100 billion a year, so they just print money to spend it. And I think a thorough review should be done. It can be done, and I have confidence in Chair Powell that if he were to do this, we could right-size the non-monetary functions of the Fed and bring it back down. Like the Fed shouldn't. We're always talking about the Fed this, the Fed that. Monetary policy should run in the background on behalf of the American people.
I love when Scott Bessent and Maria get together because they talk in such a much higher level, and they're able to discuss things much better, in my opinion, than CNBC, because they actually have an interest in it. As President Trump said earlier, he is not considering, or no longer going to consider, Scott Bessent as the new chairman of the Federal Reserve, because right now he feels he's doing a better job right there, which, that's not really up for discussion, because he is. So I was going to save this for tonight, but tonight has become today. Don't know what time we'll get off of here, because now we're at 3.5 hours. But I don't know if you guys seen the comedian Jim Brewer. I posted this earlier today, and I said, this video that you're about to see is the reason I do what I do. And you'll hear him probably say some of the things like I tell you. And if you were here earlier, you heard it. Listen to this.
Listen, not to what she's saying, but listen to how they interrupt and the words they use.
Released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election.
Doesn't matter.
On December 5th.
We've been listening there to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, continuing on what has now been a multi-day effort, not only with public statements like this, but release of documents to attempt to back up the quite extreme allegation.
In the attempt to give these extreme allegations, how do you not understand that is dipping in your mind and telling you what to think before you even have a moment to digest the situation? That is no different than I walk in and go, This person is attempting to give these outrageous allegations, and if you can't stand this person or you can't stand the other news, you're already all in. If I'm a liberal, I'm like, yeah, it's crazy allegations. It's just insane. That is called brainwashing, and if you're falling for it, you're being brainwashed. Listen to the words they use to manipulate your thoughts.
Some sort of conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
The assessment by the intelligence community at the time that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Multiple intelligence.
Listen again to the words they use. Are you ready? This is mind control. Right now, someone's going, you need to interrupt the program. They're not reporters. CNN is not reporters. None of these news networks are reporting. They're telling you what to think.
J. Trump.
Exactly. All right. Hold on. Let me go to full screen.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a big day for a lot of reasons, and it's an honor to have you in this very nice venue across the street from the White House. And thank you all for being here as we take a major step to ensure the United States is fully prepared to welcome the world to Los Angeles for the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. Very exciting day of my life when we got nominated and we ultimately got it. And I didn't think I'd be here for the games in this capacity, but it worked out that way. So I'm very happy about that. I had no idea that was going to happen. When we got it, I said, it's too bad I won't be president then, but sort of we took a very circuitous route, didn't we? In my first term, we were instrumental in helping the city of Los Angeles win the bid to bring the Olympic torch back to American soil, and today I will sign an executive order establishing the White House Task Force on the 2028 Summer Olympics, mobilizing the entire federal government to ensure the games are safe, seamless, and historically successful. It's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be amazing. America is a nation of champions, and in July 2028, we'll show the world what America does best, and that's win. We're winning like we have never won before. You see that all the time. A year ago, we were not a country that was doing well, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. I want to recognize several members of the task force, including our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you very much. Thank you. Our equally great Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Pam, thank you very much, Pam. Secretary of Homeland Security, Christy Kerr. Christy Kerr. Do you know who Christy Kerr is? She's a friend of my, great golfer. Christy Noem, she's a better golfer than you. That's the only thing, but you're better at a lot of other things. But I want to thank you for being here, for doing an unbelievable job, really an unbelievable job. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr. Brendan, thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Doing a great job. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She's rated the most powerful woman in the world, and I agree with that. And Deputy Chiefs of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen, thank you. What happened to Stephen? We never want to miss Stephen. He's an MVP candidate. Dan Scavino, another MVP. James Blair, Taylor Budovich, and Nick Luna. Thank you all. Great group of people. They're going to be very much involved. I also am grateful to be joined by two of Team USA's strongest and fastest competitors, retired gold medalist and gymnast and member of the LA 28 Athletes Council, Nastasha Lukin. Nastasha, how are you, Nastasha? Good. I don't know you, but I've watched you. You're very talented. I would not want to do what you do. This is much easier, believe me. It's incredible what you've done, along with retired gold medal Paralympian swimmer and board member of the U.S. Olympic Committee, Brad Snyder. Brad, thank you very much, Brad. It's a great honor. Thank you. chairman of the 2028 Olympic Games, Casey Wasserman, a friend of mine for a long time. Casey, thank you very much. Casey, great job. It's going to be amazing. LA's a little bit different place than it was when selected, but we're going to bring it back stronger than ever. I spoke to Casey about that. He said, nope, we're going to make it better than ever. It's going to be something that's going to make it even more important as a Olympic Games. It was an interesting conversation we had as the fires were raging. Is that right? And I appreciated that very much. And CEO Reynold Hoover. Reynold, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. I also want to welcome the chair of the U.S. Olympic Committee, Gene Sykes. Gene, thank you. Thank you, Gene, very much. And thank him for recently banning men from competing in women's sports. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. It's amazing the way I don't hear any applause for that when everyone feels it. It's a 97, don't worry about it, Gene. That's a 97-3. It's not 80-20, it's 97-3. But nobody wants to clap. It's crazy. The United States will not let men steal trophies from women at the 2028 Olympics, so we appreciate the fairness and everything else that you've shown. Also with us today is LA 28 board member Reince Priebus and also Kevin McCarthy. I want to thank Kevin McCarthy and Reince. Thank you, Reince. And thank you, Kevin. And the LA Olympics is shaping up to be a wonderful moment for America. It's going to be incredible. It's so exciting. And with today's action, I'm directing the Department of State, the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Department of Transportation, and many other departments and agencies to use every tool at their disposal to ensure a fantastic, safe, and beautiful event. In 2028, the Olympics is bringing back our national pastime, baseball. Wow, that's great. With teams playing under the lights at the legendary Dodger Stadium, and it is legendary. It's beautiful, one of the most beautiful. Squash players will go head-to-head inside the world-famous Universal Studios. Triathletes will sprint beneath the sun shining down on Venice Beach. This will be one of the great venues. I mean, when you think of it, right? It's going to be so incredible. Soccer teams will face off at the legendary Rose Bowl. Sailors will race through the waters near the port of Los Angeles, and the opening ceremony will take place at the beautiful Memorial Coliseum, just like the Olympics of 1932 and 1984. That was something. Those were very important Olympics. 1932 was a very important Olympics, wasn't it, huh? For 8 straight consecutive summer games, no one has won more medals than Team USA, which is incredible. We want to keep it that way. Over the years, Team USA has won triple the number of Summer Olympic gold medals as the next closest country, and I'm confident that that's going to continue in 2028. That's an amazing achievement, by the way. Between the LA Olympics and the FIFA World Cup next year, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics, got them both. It's a great time to be a sports fan in America. And maybe, you know, I don't want to say most importantly, but it is a celebration of 250 years. We have our 250th anniversary also during the year. And it's going to be between the three of them. I think there'll be no other time that we've ever had in our history like that. So I'd like to ask the LA Olympics chairman, Casey Wasserman, to say a few words. And I appreciate it very much, Casey. Great job you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your support and the entire administration's support through this whole process has been truly extraordinary. In just 1,074 days, yes, we're counting, sir, the eyes of the world will be on this country as we open the 2028 Olympics. And it feels just like yesterday, and you were just president-elect in December of 2016, that you leaned into this process back then. And you've been supportive and helpful every step of the way, and we wouldn't be here without you, so we greatly appreciate all your support.
Thank you very much.
Our games plan is near final. We've announced a competition schedule. Some of the greatest brands in America have stepped up to support these Olympic Games as commercial partners. And now with the creation of this task force, we've unlocked the opportunity to level up our planning and deliver the largest and, yes, greatest games for our nation ever. We expect more than 150 heads of state will come to the games. We'll host approximately 11,000 Olympic and 4,500 Paralympic athletes. They'll participate in 800 competitions at 49 competition venues. This will be the equivalent of producing 7 Super Bowls a day, sir, for 30 days. Yeah. But we are now focused more than ever on delivery, and we can't do this alone. I want to thank President Trump and the entire administration for their support and their partnership as we work to bring these games home. These will be truly America's games. We expect millions of fans from around the country to participate and attend events. And for the first time in history, we're going to take the Olympic torch relay to all 50 states. The most states it's ever gone to is 38, but in 2028, we will touch all 50 states. And sir, if you'd like to run on Park Avenue again to revisit history, you're more than welcome. And we're thrilled. But this administration has delivered critical security funding in the recent bill that will be used by local and state agencies and the federal government to make sure that our games are safe and secure and ultimately the best place to experience and be an Olympic fan. We remain incredibly confident in our ability to deliver the greatest games ever, and that starts with the support of this administration every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we don't have trophies in the Olympic movement, but as you know, 1984 hosted the Olympics in Los Angeles, right? And someone we admire, President Reagan, both of us, presided over those, and you will preside over our games. So we have for you a full set of the 84 original medals.
Wow. Can I say that I won them athletically?
Yes, sir.
That would be a great honor.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You want to say
Yep.
that? Okay, come on around, everybody. This is a big one here.
Yep.
Okay. Pam, no auto pen. That was not an auto pen. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, will the Department of Justice... Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, he called on me, but thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you still plan to follow through on your threat to impose 100% tariffs on all countries that purchase Russian energy, including China?
Well, I never said a percentage, but we'll be doing quite a bit of that. We'll see what happens over the next fairly short period of time. But we'll see what happens. Yep. You know, they have a meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting with Russia tomorrow. We're going to see what happens. We'll make that determination at that time. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for calling on me. Thank you, Mr. President. On Ukraine, President Zelensky just signed a law allowing for citizens age 60 and above to serve in the military. We've seen dozens of videos of young men being hauled into vans and dragged to the front lines against their will. And we've even seen videos of a young man with Down syndrome serving on the front line. When you campaigned, you said you wanted to see the people stop dying. A lot of people admired that statement. Now the people dying are elderly, mentally handicapped, and conscripts. So even if a ceasefire doesn't work out, why should Americans continue to fund a foreign military that's scraping the bottom of the barrel of its population like this?
Well, you have to understand very importantly, this is Biden's war. This is not my war. I'm here to get us out of it. It's a mess, and I'm here to get us out. I haven't heard that when you say about 60-year-old men and, et cetera. But this is Biden's war. and we're working very hard to get us out. I stopped 5 wars in the last 5 months, actually, and I'd like this to be the 6th, frankly, and that doesn't even include Iran with, obliterating their nuclear haul, because they would have had nuclear weapons within 2 months. But stopped a lot of wars. You just take a look at the ones just over the last 2 or 3 months. It's been amazing. This is the one I'm trying to stop. This is the one we're working hardest on. The other ones I stopped within a matter of days, almost every one of them, including India and Pakistan, and I could go over the whole list, but you know the list as well as I do. But this is the one we'd like to see. I haven't not heard that, but this is Biden's war, and it's a war that he got us into, or indirectly got us into. It should have never happened. It would have never happened had I been president. Yeah, next to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you support Israel reoccupying all of Gaza, as has been suggested by some Israeli officials?
Well, I don't know what the suggestion is. I know that we are there now trying to get people fed. As you know, $60 million was given by the United States fairly recently to supply food, and a lot of food, frankly, for the people of Gaza that are obviously not doing too well with the food. And I know Israel's going to help us with that in terms of distribution and also money. We also have the Arab states are going to help us with that in terms of the money and possibly distribution. So that's what I'm focused on. As far as the rest of it, I really can't say. That's going to be pretty much up to Israel. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. On transgender athletes in the Olympics, back to the safety, especially of female combat boxers, will the Department of Justice considering pressing charges against any man that tries to masquerade as a woman coming into this country to beat up American athletes? And secondly, would your administration consider genetic testing so that these people can prove that they're actually women competing?
Well, I think there is going to be a very strong form of testing. As far as charges, I'd have to ask the Attorney General about that. I don't know. But there will be a very, very strong form of testing. And if the test doesn't come out appropriately, they won't be in the Olympics. Yes, ma'am, please. Go ahead, please. White.
Thank you. Mr. President, do you believe that the U.S. committee would have made this decision on men and women's sports if you weren't president? And do you believe that this decision will stay in place once you are no longer president?
I think they probably would have, because it just seems to be an issue that most people feel should be. I can't really say. You could have asked Chairman Wasserman, but I would say that, there's a possibility. It could go either way if you really want to know the truth. I feel strongly about it. I ran a campaign, at least partially on that. That was one of the many issues that I talked about: open borders, the economy, taxes, all of the things. But that was certainly one of the issues. So I really can't, I really don't know. Could have gone either way. Please.
Have you decided on a replacement for the Fed governor?
For Fed governor, I'll be making that decision before the end of the week, and we'll either decide on one for permanence or the 4-month period, the term. There's a term of about a number of months. We have a couple of candidates. Everybody wants it, okay? It's not a couple, but we've narrowed it to a couple of candidates. And we've also, we're looking at the Fed chair, and that's down to 4 people right now. Very good. Well, I can tell you, because I've already said there's 2 Kevins and 2 other people, okay? Brian?
Thank you, Mr. President. This has to do with the safety aspect of the Olympics. What can you do as a president to ensure that Southern California, the greater Los Angeles area, is safe from any fire danger, that the state clears away brush in state parks, the reason why this last fire happened in Pacific Palisades? What can you ensure for that?
Well, as you know, Brian, we have, I've been fighting with them for a long time about allowing the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, essentially. And we actually opened up that water pretty strongly. We got a lot of opposition from the governor, and we opened it up anyway, and the water is coming down. That we want it opened further. They have a lot of water. They send it out into the Pacific Ocean in order to protect the smelt. It's a little tiny fish that's not doing very well, especially when they don't have water. They really do badly, okay? But it's a fish, environmentally protected, even though it's in many other areas. I think they just use that as an excuse to smelt. You'll check that out. but I think it's just an excuse. They've got to allow full water, and they're working with Lee Zeldin is really helping us a lot, but they've got to allow a full complement of water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. There is so much water. If Gavin Newsom let the water come down, see the way I pronounced his name properly for a change, if this guy allowed the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, they have so much water they don't know what to do with it. All of those sprinklers would have gone on. All of those people with those beautiful houses with sprinklers in the ceilings and with the water, the fire pumps outside, all that water, they didn't have any water because they wouldn't let the water come down. There's so much water there. At first, when I got involved with this issue in my first term, I said to the congressman, they took me up because they wanted to show me the fields where they could farm 10 times more product. You'd see 100 acres, and you'd see 1 acre or 2 acres, beautiful green. It's very vibrant soil, but they don't give it the water that it's entitled to. And I said, oh, they have a drought? I said, no, they told me we don't have a drought. They don't. The Democrats don't allow the water to come down into the farms and into anywhere. By the time it gets down even into certain parts of California, it's fed out stupidly into the Pacific Ocean. If that water were allowed, so we broke into it and we allowed it to come down, and it come down at a higher level, and we want that, and we're demanding that of the governor. The other thing is, we'll do anything necessary to keep the Olympics safe, including using our National Guard or military. Okay? No, I will use the National Guard or military. This is going to be so safe, and if we have to, because obviously you have a mayor that is not very competent. She can't get the permits for the people. You know, the people are still waiting for their permits. Lee Zeldin got them the federal permit, which is 10 times harder to get, and everybody can build on the federal basis, and that's the hard one. But the mayor, Bass, she refuses to or cannot get them permits. They're waiting. And I was there right after the fires, and I saw all these beautiful people standing by their homes, ready to get in and get to work. And they're waiting for their permits, and they're still waiting for their state permits and city permits. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
President Trump.
Redress, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
India says that the U.S. imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead.
have you seen the Hamas-released video of Israeli hostage Avitar David starving and being forced to dig his own grave in a Hamas tunnel?
I have, yeah. I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible. And I hope a lot of people do get to see it as bad as it is, because I think it's a horrible thing. Yeah, behind you, please.
Mr. President,
yes.
you. Can you speak to just how, this drop-off in foreign-born workers is going to benefit Americans, and will it force American companies to pay fairer wages to American workers?
Well, we want to take care of our American workers, and first and foremost, and that's what we're doing. We also want to help our farmers, because our farmers are producing like never before. We have to help them. And we're working out some very complicated strategies and language, but the main thing that I think I was elected to do is to get the illegals out of our country, who are especially in particular criminals. 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country with Biden's open border policy, with our border czar, who never spoke to the Border Patrol, never went to the border one time. That's Kamala. And think of it. We have murderers. We have people coming in from all countries all over the world, from prisons in the Congo and Africa, from prisons all over South America, all over rough parts of Europe, all over Asia. They're pouring into our country. Not anymore. So we just announced we had our third consecutive month where we were rated 0 people. And these are, frankly, very liberal people that make up these charts. So I don't know what's wrong with them. They seem to not be doing their job for the Democrats. But I'm honored by the fact that they say it. We're very tough on the border, and people can come into our country, but they have to come in legally. So I think that we've done an amazing job, actually. But we have to get the criminals out of our country: murderers, drug dealers, gang members. They emptied prisons into our country. It's one of the reasons, I think, even beyond the economy, it's one of the reasons I got elected. It's really maybe the number one. It was between the economy and that. But, as I said before, our nation is doing really well, but we have to get these really bad people. They should have never been allowed in our country. Open border policy is for fools. We're the only country in the world with an open borders policy, but we don't have that anymore. We had 0 now for 3 months in a row. Peter?
Thank you very much, President Trump. Nice to see you got off the roof all right.
Yeah.
You said this morning that you probably won't be running for a 3rd term. This weekend, Secretary of State Rubio said that he thought J.D. Vance would be a great nominee. You could clear the entire Republican field right now. Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form. I also think we have incredible people, some of the people on the stage right here. So it's too early, obviously, to talk about it, but certainly he's doing a great job, and he would be probably favored at this point.
And on Texas, if Texas redrawing their congressional map would get you 5 safe red seats, means that California, New York, Illinois, and Maryland are all going to redraw their maps to add safe.
Well, they'll do it anyway.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, they'll do it anyway. Why? If we stop over there, they would have done it anyway. Look, a lot of these states, I watched this morning as Democrats are complaining, and they're complaining from states where they've done it, like in Illinois, like in Massachusetts. I watched this lunatic, Pocahontas. She's a total lunatic. I don't know what she's on. She's all jumping up and down like I've never seen anything like it, talking about supporting the communist mayor. And he's not a socialist. He's a communist, okay? This is not a socialist, man. This is a communist. If you look at any of his policies and go back 6 months, you don't even have to go back further than that. So they want to put a communist in New York. Now, the good news is we have a lot of power over that because we're the ones with the money. We send the money. We don't send the money. It's up to the White House, a lot of power in the White House. But when I watched her jumping up and down, talking about that and supporting the communists, but if you look at what's going on with the redistricting or whatever you want to call it, the Democrats have done it long before we started. They've done it all over the place. They did it in New York. They did it in a lot of different states. But in Massachusetts, so somebody used this as an example today. I was interviewed this morning, and they said, it's pretty unfair. Trump got 40%. I'm not proud of that, but I think I probably got more, but that's okay. I got 40% in Massachusetts, and yet they have 100% of the vote in terms of Congress. So there's no Republican, there's no anything. So we should have 40%. You know why? They redistricted, and they've done it all over the place. And they've done it in California, by the way. Before this, they've done it in California. So we'll see what happens. We have a wonderful governor in Texas. He feels strongly about it. It's going to be up to him. I think there's tremendous support for it. And, we've watched the Democrats destroy our country in 4 years. They've destroyed between their open borders that we talked about, transgender for everybody, all of the horrible things that they've done, high taxes, horrible medical provision for people. We've watched them destroy our country for 4 years, and people don't want that. And people in Texas, as you saw, I got the highest vote in the history of Texas. I love Texas. Texas likes me, obviously. But I got the highest vote, and that was checked out on the show. Did you see that, where they checked it out? They said he actually did get the highest vote in the history of Texas, which disappointed them. They were very disappointed to hear that. But Texas is a place that's done very well with a free enterprise kind of an attitude, with the exact opposite of what's happening in New York with a communist mayor. And they know what they're doing, and they're doing the right thing. Yeah.
Two questions for you. Mr. President, thank you. Texas Senator John Cornyn is asking for your help to force Democrats back to the state and hold them accountable. Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want him back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants him back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back. You can't just sit it out. You have to go back. You have to fight it out. That's what elections are all about. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Two questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high, I just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody. And I didn't talk to him about it, but I will tell you that whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people. But I will say this, Todd Blanche is one of the most highly respected people you'll ever meet. So I know this. I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly is something that would be totally above board. Please. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, how much more would you like DOGE to cut from the federal government?
Well, it's not so much DOGE anymore. And by the way, I have to say that somebody from DOGE was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run. But it's not a question of DOGE. We have great people, secretaries and all, working with DOGE and cutting with with a scalpel as opposed with an axe. They're cutting with a fine-tooth comb, and they're getting rid of people that aren't doing their job or bad people or bad things, bad policy, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we've been very successful in that. And there's more cutting to do, but there's also more getting. We want smart people in government. Our country is doing great. I think we are doing probably, maybe in many ways, better than we've ever done before. We're taking in trillions, not billions, trillions and trillions of dollars from other countries who, for years, took advantage of us. They took advantage of the United States like we were children, and that's not happening anymore. Now they're paying a lot of money, and they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars. Individual countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars. You're seeing what everybody else is seeing. And we have a lot of things we can do. One of the questions asked of me this morning is, are you going to make a dividend to the people? And the purpose of what I'm doing is primarily to pay down debt, which will happen in very large quantity. But I think there's also a possibility that we're taking in so much money that we may very well make a dividend to the people of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so that was your run-of-the-mill 5-hour broadcast so far. Yeah, good gosh, this guy is just the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going. And I ran out to the other room while he was talking. I go, Robin, I know you got dinner cooking, but this guy doesn't ever stop. And she's like, are you going to do your nighttime show? I don't know. By the time we're done here, we're going to be right at about 4.5 hours. This was supposed to be a nice, easy hour-and-a-half show. That flew out the window. My gosh. I can't even imagine his staff and what they have to do to keep up with this guy. Hey, I'm going to come out and sign the executive orders, and then I'm going to take questions for 30 minutes. How can people look at Biden and look at this and go, it's not even comparable. This thing that happened in Washington, D.C., thank you, SV, for sending this to me, and Ashley, you as well, which I showed you, is picking up a lot of steam. And wouldn't it be interesting if after all the crap that we saw, if now we see Trump and Elon come back and be best buds again? Because Elon posted this, and he's obviously pissed. A few days ago, a gang of about a dozen young men tried to assault a woman in her car at night in Washington, D.C. A DOGE team member saw what was happening, ran to defend her, and was severely beaten to the point of concussion, but he did save her. It's time to federalize D.C. And that's the same post I read you earlier. And see, this kind of stuff, you know, it hit him home. He probably knows exactly who this Doge guy was that got beat up, and these gangs are out of control. I am sick myself of seeing these people beating up on people, trying to stomp their heads and all kinds of things. It doesn't make any sense. What has happened to these animals? I will say it. I don't care. They are animals. And like a rabid animal, they need to be put down. I'm just waiting. You know what's going to happen. You know it's coming. Some city, somewhere, somebody, it's summertime, it's going to be at a festival. I've been telling you, football season is here. Something is going to happen where some of these rabid dogs are going to attack the wrong person. And they're going to be kicking this person. And they're going to be stomping this person. And this person is going to go full Kyle Rittenhouse on them and blast away. And then the media is going to say, oh, it's racist. Oh, my God. Where were you covering all these stories? You weren't. But it's going to happen. No doubt. You watch. It's going to happen, especially in Washington. And God help us when it does. Because these people they're looking for something. They're trying to create the violence all across the country. They're looking for that next George Floyd moment. Who else are they going to canonize and find a place for them? They're looking for it to burn down cities. And someone's going to mess around, FA and FO, with the wrong person, and they're going to get blasted. It's scary. Scary where this goes. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to play the after party if you guys want to hang out and talk. I got to go get some stuff done. Got to eat. Wow, so much. 4 hours. Did I cover everything I need to cover? Boom, to boom, to boom. I missed one of my interviews, but I think I got everything else in. Hopefully, we'll talk to you guys tonight. If not, it'll be tomorrow. See how much stuff I can get done. Talk to you in a little bit.
Bye.